Oh, wrong channel. Look, I was going wrong on the live channel. Going live on the wrong channel. All right, so we're just gonna exit out of that. Go here. So, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. We are coming to you live Saturday morning. You feel me? Alhamdulillah, in full effect. And we're going to be reviewing to some things. We're going to go over here to my playlist. Then we're going to go to my lectures. We're going to pause. Then we're going to find a video to review. Because I got some stuff that I find mighty interesting. Nah. Oh, excuse me. So
this is Democracy Now!
This is a good video to talk about. Okay, so this video was talking about the Atlanta school cheating video, and this is from a left perspective. So they're talking about how they're criminalizing teachers, but
or the War and Peace Report
imposed by the APS School Board and Administration, or the federal standards, which was adequate yearly progress.
Cheating scandal, corporate greed, and
so let's just listen to their perspective and what they're trying to convey, because what is being accused here is that educators, from administrative educators down to frontline teachers, were engaging in cheating, in like filling in action, in some cases erasing students' name or answers and putting in the right answer. So let's see how they think this should be framed.
Criminalization of educators. In the book, Shani Robinson writes, the dominant narrative that developed about the scandal rarely acknowledged the bigger picture. Federal policies that encourage school systems to reward and punish educators based on student test scores, a growing movement driven by corporate interest to privatize education by demonizing public schools and land speculation, correlated to new charter schools springing up that was gentrifying Black and brown neighborhoods across the country. We're joined now in our New York studio by Shani Robinson, who's still awaiting an appeal in the case. Also with us, Anna Simonton, independent journalist, editor for Scalawag Magazine, graduate of the Atlanta Public Schools, co-author with Shani Robinson of None of the Above. We welcome you both to Democracy Now!
Thank you for having us.
So you are appealing these charges. I mean, you basically were charged under laws to get the mafia.
Correct. I was facing 25 years in prison. I was charged with racketeering and false statements in writings.
So explain, lay out the story. Go back to 2013. Tell us what happened.
So the APS cheating scandal, was the Atlanta Public Schools cheating scandal, was a period of time in which educators were accused of changing their students' answers from wrong to right.
Accused and found guilty and convicted of
On standardized tests. And so I was actually a teacher for 3 years in Atlanta Public Schools. And my second year teaching, I was a first grade teacher, and that later becomes the year in question.
2009.
In 2009. And as a first grade teacher, my test scores actually did not count toward the district targets, which were benchmarks imposed by the APS School Board 2009 teacher, and that district targets, which were benchmarks imposed by the APS School Board and administration, or the federal standards, which was adequate yearly progress. And so in October of 2010, I get a phone call from a GBI agent, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and he asked me to come in to, strangely, a mall parking lot is where I met him. And he told me that there's been an erasure analysis done for the entire state of Georgia. 20% of the schools over the entire state of Georgia were flagged for high erasures.
Explain erasures.
When you erase paper, names on the paper.
Right. Students went from wrong to right.
Erase is their answer.
Right,
Make
and
it
goes
right.
wrong to right. After a certain amount, it's like statistically improbable outside of human intervention. And so the agent told me that in my class specifically, there were high levels of wrong to right erasures. And he's asked me, can I explain this? And I say, no, I can't explain this. And then he asked
He must be an axe murderer.
me, well, did any administrators or the principal ever place any pressure on me to cheat on my students' test booklets? And I said no. And then he pulls out a pre-written voluntary statement form, which was basically saying, you don't have any knowledge about cheating, you didn't cheat. And he asked me to sign this form. Now, the thing about this form is that later it's used against many educators who signed the form. They were charged with false statements in writings, which is a felony. And so teachers were really put between a rock and a hard place, because here you have a GBI agent, and mind you, there were no attorneys present. I didn't have an attorney present. And when they went into the schools, teachers were pulled from their classrooms. And
Already I'm seeing this, and I do empathize with people thinking that they have to cooperate with authority, but the basics of all interactions with law, like, should my lawyer be here? Can my lawyer be here? I don't want to talk without my lawyer. That would have already dodged the charge, because the law. But I'm not trying to say what the Georgia Bureau of Investigation guy did was right by asking them to sign something that they're later going to go. So they want you to lock yourself into one story. So if they go back and find that you lied, now they can hit you with a felony. You weren't obligated to sign that in the first place. So why are you locking yourself in before you talk to a lawyer? So they shouldn't have done that, but it's also some kind of earnest is on us as citizens to realize what's going on with our system of laws and checks and balances. You can ask questions. No one's coming up and putting a black hood over your face and beating you until you sign something. You can ask a question or two.
And interrogated. So there really were no attorneys present. And so you have this GBI agent asking you to sign a form.
But they aren't making the accusation that they denied them their attorney either. They're just saying no attorneys were present. Did someone ask for an attorney? And maybe didn't think they did nothing wrong, so they wouldn't ask for one. But at least read what you're signing and say, why am I having to sign this?
If you don't sign the form, you didn't really want to become a target, you know. But if you did sign the form, you could potentially become a felon.
Now, let me ask you, the entire...
I don't want to be a target, but I'm going to risk a felony charge if something on this paper isn't right. I don't want to become a target by not signing. Like, they're already targeting you, trying to get you up against the wall with a felony. You already are a target, my G.
investigation, it was touched off, wasn't it, by a series in the Atlanta Constitution that began questioning the percentage of erasures that they were uncovering in their investigation? What impact did that series have on the general Atlanta community? And obviously it touched off the law enforcement officials.
Right, and there were, at that time, I believe there were about, there were about 5 schools across 5 districts. And so that prompted the governor to do a statewide investigation. And so, and just to even go into as far as like the widespread cheating is concerned, over 40 states in this country have had evidence of cheating allegations. 14 of those states it was considered to be widespread. In Washington, D.C., there were 103 schools that were flagged for suspiciously high erasures or test scores. So this was actually something that was happening across the country. So
Okay, so what are you saying?
cheating allegations for like the widespread cheating is concerned. Over 40 states in this country have had evidence of cheating allegations. 14 of those states it was considered to be widespread. In Washington, D.C., there were 103 schools that were flagged for high.
I'm still waiting for why all of these other states matter to why you and Atlanta teacher were accused of cheating in Atlanta. Why are we talking about all these other states? Maybe in cities, maybe it will matter, but I'm not hearing why that matters.
Suspiciously high erasures or test scores. So this was actually something that was happening across the country. What we can't figure out is why teachers in Atlanta were slapped with felony charges. Some of my co-defendants were facing prison sentences of up to 4 years.
And Anna Simons, I'd like to ask you in terms of the broader picture. Now, this happens, these indictments come down in the middle.
Sentences of up to were slapped with felony. What we can't figure out is why teachers in Atlanta were slapped with felony charges.
Okay, so there was a lot of cheating, a lot of widespread cheating throughout the country, and she can't figure out why teachers in Atlanta were slapped with these charges. Some people with these felony charges. If you want to know why, well, I guess I'm really finna explain the how. The how is the Georgia Bureau of Investigations did an investigation, and they found probable cause. Then they found a jury to find out beyond a reasonable doubt, or y'all took a deal and admitted guilt or no contest. So that's how it happened. Why did that happen? Maybe because the cheating got so rampant. Maybe because Atlanta is a black city, and the white surrounding population want to take every chance to point out how it's mismanaged and misrun, and how there's cheating going on at a black ran school. So even if that is the reason why they're going after you, because Atlanta is a black city with a black ran school system, that's even worse. Like, why is the black schools cheating? That get to the, it's always the over policing narrative and never the why are you committing crime narrative. And I get that as someone who doesn't want to someone who lives in a glass house. I'm not trying to throw stones, act like I do everything perfect, but yeah, I don't understand this argument of amnesia, of completely not understanding why this happened. And because it's almost you don't want to be addressed about your actions just because someone else isn't addressed about their actions. That's what I'm hearing.
Some of my co-defendants were facing prison sentences of up to 4 years.
And no one told y'all to give any statements to someone else. That's a general, if you're an educator, you should know, hey, why am I signing my name to something just because someone asked me to? Have I sought legal representation? If someone gave you some pills and say, take this, would you take them without consulting a doctor, without doing a little bit of research? Why are people signing sworn statements without doing research or getting the advice of a lawyer?
Years.
And Anna Simons, I'd like to ask you in terms of the broader picture. Now, this happens, these indictments come down in the middle of the Obama administration. President Obama and Arne Duncan, his education secretary, were very much into performance-based measures of teachers and standardized testing as a key way to measure whether a student is doing a good job. Could you talk about the pressures that were put on educators, and not only the educators, but their supervisors, their principals, and their superintendents during this period of time?
Yeah, this was a long-running trend beginning in the early 1990s when high-stakes testing began to be utilized in school districts like Houston's. But it was really codified in federal law in 2001 with No Child Left Behind, which was signed by George W. Bush. But Obama really continued the policies of No Child Left Behind in practice, if not in name. And one interesting piece to this story is how our governor at the time, Sonny Perdue, used the same 2009 test scores to apply for a $400 million Race to the Top grant. So Race to the Top was a grant under the Obama administration that for states that could show that they were doing some of these education reforms that the federal government was pushing, so expanding charters, increasing high-stakes testing, that they could get federal funding. And so at the same time that Sonny Perdue sends in GBI agents to the schools of Atlanta because he suspects that the 2009 CRCT test scores are fraudulent, he's using those same test scores to say, say, hey, look, our test scores are going up, and they did win that $400 million federal grant.
That does lack a bit of ethical ethical standard. If you have a reason to suspect these test scores aren't legitimate, you shouldn't be trying to use them in order to get federal funds. So or at least try to omit them. So if Governor Perdue really did do that, I think that's one of those areas of hypocrisy that's truly speaks to moral character and moral decision. Like, it's pragmatic to do it, trying to get money for your state, but like, as I believe that the means justifies the end. The end doesn't justify the means. The means justify the end, not the if you get the money, it matters how you got it.
And now, why did you get involved with Shani in writing this book and none of the above? You too went to Atlanta Public Schools. Why was this so interesting to you?
I did. I had to take these tests, and they were a drain on the actual education that I feel like students should be getting in the classroom. They're, in my view, a waste of time. But more important is that my middle school counselor was actually convicted in this case.
So she thinks, Miss Anna Simonton thinks that the tests get in the way of what kids should be learning in class. What these tests are is about math, reading, and writing, and science. That's what kids should be learning in school. And if they learned it, like schools in high testing neighborhoods, they still have to take the same tests. And they do well on the test. So obviously they're able to do both. I think the dirty little secret that leftist liberals don't want to admit is that they think that black students shouldn't be subjected to standardized tests because they're not on the same level as students in other areas that do well on these tests. So so basically they want to lower the standard for black and brown students in the school. They want to lower the standards by getting rid of the tests instead of holding teachers and families accountable to making sure their students can reach the standards of literacy and arithmetic and science that someone at that age and grade should have. So that's the issue. We shouldn't be lowering standards and calling tests and grammar racist instead of learning grammar and learning the information on the test. Sir Roger Scruton has a great line about grammar, is that a lot of people like to say grammar is elitist. It is. It separates those who know it from those who don't. Just like many things in life, if you know something, you are in some sense more qualified and quote unquote better to handle situations if you have certain knowledge. And if you have knowledge about reading, life, logic, not necessarily, if you have knowledge about reading, arithmetic, logic, rhetoric, science, you're better to handle life in general. So these kind of people think, she thinks that the tests are a waste of time. How do we know how our children are doing? How do we know what they're being taught?
I, like many people,
and her middle school teacher was charged.
Watched the convictions handed down, not having really followed the trial. It was an 8-month trial, the longest criminal trial, in Georgia history.
Until Young Thug.
And so it was hard for people to kind of understand what was happening as it dragged out. But when the convictions were handed down, it was like heartbreaking to see someone who I remember.
It was sad. It was sad to see a lot of like lifelong educators get hit with 15, 20 years. But as I'll show you guys, the judge told all them, y'all either gonna admit to this or I'm gonna throw the book at you. So he wanted them to admit to like a 1 or 2 year sentence, just to take some responsibility for what had happened. But no one wanted to plead guilty, even when they had already been found guilty. So the judge threw the book at them.
I remember, being this like beacon in my own childhood.
Which may not be good, because if someone doesn't want to plead guilty in the face of being hit with a lot more years, that tends to indicate that they may not have done the crime, and all they have left is their pride as a human being to say, I didn't really do this, so I know you're threatening me with all this extra years and you're calling it accountability, but how can I be accountable for something I didn't do? And that's what we saw a lot of in the actual sentencing hearings, is people just saying, hey, I didn't know what was going on, whoop de whoop de whoop. But they were able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, bro. They're able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt to your fellow citizens.
Along with these other teachers. And so when Shani reached out to me, it was just
The Sid of the Brand Scandal, Corporate Greed, and the Criminalization of Educators. Journalist Anna Simonton is with us, as well as co-author Shani Robinson, who is the youngest of the 35.
Well, I want to ask Shani Robinson about this whole issue of high-stakes testing, the impact it has had on movement. We refuse to have the kids be tested constantly anymore. But what was the impact on educators as authorities?
People's rent and their gas bills, and it is offensive that I would cheat for $1,000.
That was Dana Evans. You both write in the book also about Donald Bullock, an educator who accepted a plea deal in 2015 in order to receive a reduced sentence. He apologized for his role.
I, Donald Bullock, do hereby sincerely.
He was the only one that accepted responsibility and got the lightened treatment. But everybody else didn't take responsibility. He took responsibility and got a slap on the wrist.
I apologize to the students, my fellow staff members, parents, and the Atlanta public school system.
So they probably gonna paint him out to be a liar. Let's see.
As well as the greater metropolitan Atlanta community for my involvement in the 2009 CRC administration, resulted in cheating or other dysfunctional acts.
You both write in the book that Bullock, quote, endured the shame of reading an apology after maintaining his innocence for so long, only for Baxter to slap him with 5 years of probation, 6 months of weekend jail, a $5,000 fine, and 1,500 hours of community service. Anna Simonton, tell us what happened with.
You know what that don't say? That say 5 years probation. I don't say jail time. There's a lot of people that end up appealing actual jail time. So they trying to make him seem like he endured the shame of reading an apology after maintaining his innocence for so long. Like, so is he lying or what? Like, just because he decided he apologized after maintaining his innocence. But what is the issue with that?
Community service. Anna Simonton, tell us what happened with the different people involved, from apologies, plea agreements to, in Shani's case, she's appealing.
Yeah, so 35 educators were originally indicted. Many of them took plea agreements, and many of those folks, their plea agreements required them to testify in this trial. So 11 folks actually went to trial. And the trial itself was nonsensical. So there were witnesses who recanted on the stand and said, actually, I just said what I said in order to get this plea agreement, and I never was under the kind of pressure that I'm now supposed to testify against my former colleagues about. So additionally, witnesses were contradicting each other to the extent that the judge, Jerry Baxter, said perjury is being committed here daily. And yet he didn't strike those testimonies from the record. He didn't allow for a mistrial.
You know what was allowed? For the jury to see those same perjury, and for him to call it out in open court, the jury had the chance to understand that perjury was being committed, that the state's witnesses were lying. So however she's trying to make the trial look like, the state still won with their witnesses lying. So that shouldn't happen unless there's a good amount of evidence otherwise.
Everything was very much slanted toward the prosecution. 6 months of prosecution witnesses compared to a few weeks of defense witnesses. So by the time that the convictions were handed down...
Is there an allegation that they were denied the chance to bring as many witnesses as they want, or did they just not have as many witnesses as the prosecution? What is exactly the argument? You said that swayed against the prosecution, but did someone make it that way, or that's just the way it turned out because both sides were given the chance to call witnesses?
and sentencing happened, Jerry Baxter had become emotionally volatile, patronizing, and that's where we see him demanding apologies, and not only that, but demanding that folks give up their right to appeal, which is really why many of the defendants did not want to apologize, and yet were portrayed in the media as, we've heard the word provocative, as if they were flaunting somehow their moral obligation, but in fact they would have had to give up their constitutional right to appeal. So those are just some of the things that made this trial incredibly unfair.
And what about the sentences that Judge Baxter handed out? What kind of a message did that send across the country to educators everywhere?
Don't cheat.
An incredibly chilling message.
I wonder if they are chilling to what? Don't cheat, or chilling towards what? What kind of message? What kind of attitude is this message sending?
And his emotional volatility was to the point where he actually, at first, sentenced the school reform team directors, so these are administrators, with 20 years in prison, which was, 20 years to serve a fewer number of years and the rest on probation. But that was beyond what the prosecution was actually asking for. So he was just like slamming down the gavel on educators.
And can you talk about the
What kind of message does that send? He's slamming down the gavel on educators who are caught cheating. What kind of message? She didn't address what kind of message that actually sends. And I may agree with her, but make the argument. You're not making the argument. Or I guess she would argue that she is by saying, "Oh, it was a sham of a trial for these reasons." But when those reasons don't make sense, you're not building momentum in my mind. When you say it was a messed up trial because it had a lot of witnesses for the prosecution and their witnesses was lying, but the judge quoted they were lying, but the jury gets to see that too. They got defense counsel that gets the points that they get to impeach the witness to say, "Didn't you say that some of the time? So why should we believe?" And then your closing arguments tell the jury that you're supposed to do, without a reasonable doubt, think that my client did it. How can you in good conscience say that without a reasonable doubt that my client did it when all the witnesses that say my client did it lied to your face? So you don't have any doubt when your information is based on a liar. That witness got up there and said my client did it, and then the next day she said she didn't do it, and then she said she did it to get a plea agreement because she was scared to go into prison. So does that place any doubt in your mind about whether that person is telling the truth? And if it places any doubt in your mind that person is telling the truth, my client should be found not guilty. But their clients were found guilty. So unless the lawyers were incompetent, or there was a lot of evidence that was more than just lying witnesses. So like they're only presenting one perspective of this case, and it's frustrating. And I'm going to show Judge Baxter did seem very emotional because the judge in this case, where's he? I'll just pull him up right here. Judge Baxter was on a roll in this case. Because he was like, my mother was a Atlanta school teacher, and the facts were, and because you know what else, why this judge was upset, and that's very admirable. You know why this judge was so upset at all these black educators? Because he said, I'm the one that got to sentence people to life terms in prisons for acting a fool when they should have knew better. And the people that's entitled to making them know better is cheating on their tests so they can just get passed along and they can just keep getting their teacher bonuses and performance reviews. So he's like, so y'all made me send these poor kids, not poor kids because they still did the actions they did, but they were set up for a bad life because they didn't get an education, and I got to sentence them. I got to take away their life every day because y'all want to cheat and not instead of just educating these kids. That's also a perspective that Judge Baxter was coming from in this trial, and why he sentenced people, because he was looking at the human factor of you guys are cheating children out of an education. And education, by any statistical measure, aligns with your health, with your wealth, with your happiness, with how good of a citizen you are. So if you're not educated, you're going to have a worse life by every measurable, meaningful metric. So he's saying you're denying these kids from the most important thing in a human's life, and you want me to go easy on you. And the left foot soldiers. I ain't trying to freeze it on a bad frame for the sister, but like, and
And people will tell you
Because
that
he
when
went off.
people accept responsibility, I bend over backwards to try to give them a shake. But the reality is that if you don't accept responsibility, there's no recognition of harm, then a lot of times you get what you deserve.
Yo. This is after they've been found guilty. He keeps reminding them of that. He didn't find them guilty. A jury found it. And they want to mention the judge, how many, the prosecution. But you know what people they're not mentioning? The jury. Because the jury is everyday people.
And that I also understand the purpose of the criminal justice system is to rehabilitate as well as punish. We respect the jury's decision. We respectfully disagree with that decision.
You know what also this was a master class at? This was a master class because where are we starting it with this? This was a master class in seeing different defense style approaches because you had a lot of different defense attorneys. They haven't brought the defendants in yet. Let's see when they're gonna bring the defendants in. Yep. All right. So now, see, these are some of the lawyers. That brother's a lawyer. That's a defendant. That's her lawyer next to her. And her lawyer. This brother right here. This letting me know this not the right day, because when he had a different shirt and tie on, I think the day before, because the judge told him to get a normal looking shirt. The day before, he put on a performance of like how not to represent your client, because he went in there talking about this case has been retried 2 Fridays from a biscuit, 2 chicken legs. The judge was like, what the hell is you talking about? And you're not doing no favors with that loud shirt on, because he had like a interesting you dig on. But so yeah, let's see what else. Let's keep going. I think it's another defendant. We're just like, that's a lawyer and defendant. Lawyer, defendant. This is one of the main defendants. She was facing big years. This sister in the blue was facing big years. She got a big lawyer. She got one of the best lawyers. That brother right there standing up with the tie on, because he's ready for appeal. She probably out on appeal already. I mean, she probably won her appeal already, because he was sounding like he had his case buttoned up when he came to the case law. So she did her job. She didn't say a word. She didn't do nothing. That's another that's 1A and 1. I don't know why I think I got to rush. This is defendant 1A and defendant 1B. Maybe there's a 1C, but I think these was definitely two of the big dogs as far as rank and position.
Yeah.
Why they all up in her grill like that? Because they know they the big dogs. That's really on trial right now. Defense attorney, defendant, defense attorney, defendant. She was on the she was on this thing we just watched, I think. Lawyer, defendant. I think she was another low-key a big wig. All right, so now let's skip ahead to let's see what are they starting with. I think they're starting with. So right now, what they're doing is victim statement. This is sentencing. They're sentencing. This is the sentencing phase of the Atlanta Public School cheating trial. And I need to download this video because this is a treasure trove of legal analysis. This whole 5-hour video. So what they're doing now is people are going to come up and talk about how good their client is and why they're not that bad and all this and that.
Thank you.
towards the end, the judge is gonna start tripping. Like, I'm hearing a lot of how great your clients are, but when we gonna get to the accountability and the whole tone? Because right there, it was nothing but how like kumbaya. That they brought the they brought one of the neighborhood big pastors out.
They should be proud.
And because these folks probably are good pillars of their community, but moral virtue don't take breaks, especially when like you have to have like, and I'm speaking to myself first, because if you get caught, you don't want to get caught up in the law and lying and these. It's a horrible feeling when you got like wrongdoing on your back, so you got to try to stay in the straight and narrow and do right by people. My father always said, you want people to smile when they see you coming, so keep that in mind. So I'm going to skip forward because mainly it's just like,
yes, it did, but she also gave me recommendations that would.
I kind of want to let people hear a little bit of the good stuff they're saying about these folks, but I want to get straight into the mess. Like, I'm going to skip to when I see the judge talking because he's not here for the lack of accountability. I think this is day 1. I got day 2 saved in my videos, so we may be able to go to day 2 right after this.
Would lead me in the direction that was best suited for my students to achieve at the levels that was expected of them according to the standards of excellence that we had all been ingraining us to do.
So although she graded you harshly, although it almost brought tears to your eyes, you're saying you got something out of it.
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, you were saying you've known her all of her life.
I came back after the interview, said it went well, and then he says to me, Kristen, what do you think I should do? I'm happy with that. The superintendent at the time, Dr. Hall, came down from my dad's school with a group of other individuals. I made an different decision. Tracking on please.
You're on court.
I'm not erasing the decision that the jury made, and I accept it.
Well, before you start,
Made, and I accept it, and respect it.
well, before you start, I consider you a wonderful educator. I know about you. I think my son was an inmate.
Yes.
He said that he used to come talk to you.
Yes, I was a counselor.
And I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't know that.
I know you didn't know that.
But I think your case is probably the biggest tragedy of all as far as in my personal view, just sitting up here, what is it, the Bob's Digest?
Yes.
Okay. We had it up about here with Bob's Digest, but anyway, I'm sorry. And I just want to tell you, I consider you a wonderful educator. And that's what makes it so sad. You were under so much pressure. You got a new job, and so my heart goes out to you. Okay, but go ahead, and I just want to tell you that.
All right, thank you. I watched you.
That was nice. I forgot about that part, but the human factor of this case is very, very real. Because you have a lot of good folks who dedicated their lives to teaching and got caught up in a situation where they was facing 20-something years or more. It's wild, man. It's wild. I like this. A lot of people. A lot of these guys' first arrest facing 20 years.
Throughout the trial, and I believe that you have the capacity for compassion through your reflective comments, through your apologies when things didn't go right. So I wanted you to, if for a moment you can.
Yeah, I have a lot of calls, and some of those showed earlier this morning, and sometimes do things or say things I wish I hadn't. Isn't that right, Emily?
That's correct.
But usually apologize, and I think I owe somebody an apology in this room that I haven't given yet, and I will give that away now. If you know what I mean. I apologize. All right, go ahead.
So, you mentioned it. I worked in education for over 20 years. And during those years, I've never had a write-up. I've never violated a policy. I've never had...
I couldn't see who the judge was apologizing to. I think, let's go back and try to see.
All right, go ahead.
Maybe him? No, so his eye line makes me think it's someone back here, and this would be the prosecution side. And this who would... Yeah, let's... And she's looking past him. So I think it's somebody over here. And they're looking nonchalant, like, yeah, we know exactly who it is, but we don't want to look right at you now. So, let's see.
So,
Let's see.
All right, go ahead.
I want to see, I'm gonna try to look at this guy last time.
Go ahead.
So, you mentioned it. I worked in education for over 20 years. The policy, I've been on negotiable as counselor. I attended really good colleges, California University. I got my master's from University of Pittsburgh.
It's funny how, like, I get this sister's face. You know why I get this sister's face? Because it's like, why I gotta even talk, man? Y'all know what y'all finna do to me. So just do it. So I could do what I gotta do, which is file an appeal. But, like, I'm not. But if I think telling my whole story and doing the whole whoop would actually help, I'd do it. But if I think it's not gonna help, it's hard for me to fake the funk.
University of Georgia, where I got my leadership certification and brag, or I wanted to give you a complete picture of who I was, and also that's what people getting 5 children. She worked 2 or 3 jobs to take care.
I think this is a main black leader in the Atlanta area. I forget the brother's name.
Us and belief that I had, the ability of there's a whole about me. A lot of children. I had teachers who elected to do things that were in opposition to.
I really had a hard time with your situation, the situation you were in. But I mean, they determined that you had some inkling of knowledge about what was going on, and you didn't go. I don't know who you would have gone to, but you didn't just say, hey, we got to investigate this. And I think yours was a matter of omission rather than commission. So anyway, you're a lovely person and a smart person. Anybody talk. So glad to hear somebody talk. I've never really heard anybody talk.
He's meaning the defendants. He wants to hear from the defendants because he's been hearing from everybody else but the defendants. And even doing all of this right here, these is community leaders, everybody else but the defendant. She was one of the first. Because I didn't see him speak before. What is this? This is the lawyer for the sister in the blue. Let me see, because he a pit bull. This lawyer right here is a pit bull in the best possible way.
So much so, it's a plagiarism for
You can tell the whole prosecution.
Part of my presentation today will be to present one witness. I wanted to be brief as Ms. Mann, but as to Ms. Cotton, as you know, she also has a legal argument different from some of the other defendants that I want the court to take into consideration. And that is, on September the 6th of 2013, as the court is very much aware, Ms. Cotton was found not guilty in the first trial of the APS educators. It would be our position, and I wanted to make this for the record, that since Ms. Cotton was already subject to punishment in the first trial, she can't be punished again without violating the double jeopardy clause. And I understand that there's been...
Well, that's an argument to somebody else. I don't have time for that.
I understand.
I don't have time for that. Like a basic constitutional argument. Like, he's probably right. He's like, listen, I got a job to do here today, and it's the sentence, folks. Nah, that's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to hear about no double jeopardy now, son. I know I'm a judge and have to listen to words, but
it has no effect on what we're doing here.
I understand. If I could just, and I was going to be brief, I was almost done. I also want to point out that
You've already made that argument. It's already been denied. It's you're just wasting time. As far as I'm concerned.
the argument was asked to procedural double jeopardy, and on page 6 of the opinion from the Georgia Court of Appeals, they specifically noted that we had not made an argument as to substantive double jeopardy. And it was because at that time, the state had represented, they would present different witnesses in this trial. They didn't present different witnesses, they presented exactly the same.
Okay, that's something to take up with the Court of Appeals or whoever else.
like, even if you got a good case, son, but not. Why can't he take it up with you? She getting sentenced in your case right now. I don't get why he can't. He just being lazy is what he's being.
I'm just a lowly trial judge, and we're at a sentencing hearing, and all that's part of the record. It's a subject for another day and another occasion.
Now, I also have a legal objection to the verdict in this case. As you know, my client was charged with racketeering
Shout out to Fannie Mae.
Racketeering influence and
Fannie Lewis.
violated statute, RICO. However, on the verdict form, which I put up for full view, the verdict form reads, we don't have the element, but the verdict form reads conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Influence and Wealth Organization Act. Not RICO. So it's going to be our position.
Okay, well, just take it up with the Court of Appeals. I don't care. I really don't about this legal argument. If you want to offer evidence in mitigation, this is what we're doing here. You understand that?
I do understand.
Okay.
And what I want to say, just to complete the sentence, that the state had presented to the court, and they filed this morning a sentencing memo in which they said the sentencing range was from 5 to 20 years. However, based upon the verdict, I believe that the court has to sentence these defendants pursuant to Code Section 1648, conspiracy to commit a crime. And under that code section, the sentencing range is not 5 to 20 years, as the state presented to you in an email last night and filed this morning, but rather 1 to half of the maximum time. The maximum time here is 20 years, so it would be 1 to 10 years.
And so he makes this argument, then he goes on to make an argument, because I've seen this video, he goes on to make an argument saying that that the reason that you have to, the two statutes are identical. When you got identical statutes and one of them provides for a lesser jail time, you have to go to the lesser jail time, and that's consistent with many canons of judicial interpretation that favor the defendant. I'll look it up. Judicial canon that favors defendant. It's called. What is it called? Presumption of innocence. No, it's a Latin. I want the Latin. It's Judem Generis. No, I don't think that's it. Where the can is, bruh? As Judas, where general words follow. A word is known by the company as Keats. Expressio, like when if everything's stated, then what's left down is left down on purpose. Expressio unis et exclusio arterius. Rule of lenity. That's what I was looking for. It's not really Latin. And so like the rule of lenity, similar to what this gentleman is about to, similar to what he's about to argue. The rule of lenity says a canon that favors the defendant when a statute is ambiguous. So if the statute is ambiguous and someone's being charged with it as a crime, you have to rule the ambiguity in favor of the person. So if it says a sword is illegal to carry and he has a knife that's almost the size of a sword, or is that the way it works? Yeah. So I guess, if, you know what I'm saying? If something is ambiguous about, like, you know, what's a sword, you know, and if a guy has a machete, you're supposed to, and you're supposed to interpret it in favor of the defendant if it's close. So that's the rule of lenity. He's about to make an argument that if you have two statutes and one of a person is charged, well, should I let him explain it? The judge is going to be annoyed the whole way through. But essentially, I forget because the details matter, which is why I want to let him explain it. But essentially what he's saying is these people can be charged under either statute because of the way the sentencing card was written and because of something the prosecution did. Because of some of the prosecution, how they charged him, these defendants can be sentenced and were charged under both. I think they kind of like went from weak row to the states, whatever the heck. So it's unclear about exactly what statute they've been charged under, which makes it, and one of the statutes have a lesser sentence. He said 1 to 10 as opposed to 5 to 20. So you would much rather be charged under the 1 to 10 as opposed to the 5 to 20. So he's saying it's a matter of law that if they can be charged under both, you have to charge them under the less one. That's what he's arguing, amongst other things, because he think he got a double jeopardy case and everything. Like I said, he seemed to be one of the most competent attorneys of the bunch. I'm only basing that off what I've seen. Other attorneys I'm sure are competent, but he was a bulldog.
Not 5 to 20 years. And I have that case article.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not giving it 20 years. So
I understand, but there is also a difference in sentencing someone under the RICO statute and then sentencing them under the conspiracy to commit a crime. So I wanted to present that to the court because I know that you have received some information last night.
Well, I haven't read it. I don't know. Send something on Sunday night.
Then I have a copy of it for the court that says 5 to 20 years. I can present that.
Okay, that's fine. I believe you.
Okay, all right. So if you look at 1648, conspiracy to commit a crime is 1 to 10, and this is the verdict form. A clear on verdict form has conspiracy to violate.
All right.
All right.
1 to 10.
1 to 10. All right. Thank you very much. And then, Your Honor, as to the witness for Ms. Hoffman, I would like to call to the stand Ms. Lady Anderson.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Anderson.
Is it Anderson?
gotta go shovel the snow. I'll just go shovel the snow. Y'all gotta. I'll be back. I gotta go shovel the snow real quick. You feel me? You feel me? I'll just let it play. I'm gonna let it play, I guess. Yeah.
You raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony that you will give forth today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Take a seat. Speak loud for me to my phone. Say and spell your name correctly, please.
My name is Mamie Jewel Anderson. It's M-A-M-I-E, middle name J-E-W-E-L, last name Anderson, A-N-D-R-S-O-N.
Good morning, Ms. Anderson.
Morning.
Can you tell us where you reside?
In Wichita, Kansas.
In Wichita, Kansas.
Yes.
How long have you known Mary?
For more than 40 years.
More than 40 years?
Yes. All of her life.
All of her life. Just to sort of get to the point as to why I called. There's been witnesses to testify in this case that Jamara sort of has a harsh demeanor, that she was a tough boss. What can you tell us about that? Is that true?
Someone could draw that conclusion because Tamara is one who has been taught many years to give respect, to do her best, to give her best, but then to expect it in return.
She can be harsh, though, right?
She can be harsh.
She can grade you harsh.
She can raise you harshly.
She can evaluate a teacher harshly.
Yes.
You're a teacher?
Yes, I am.
Has she ever done that?
Yes, she has.
Can you tell us something about that?
I asked her my first year to go into secondary education if she would observe me, and mainly because the principal who had hired me 10 years prior to that had said, if you are half as good as Tamara, I would like for you to be a part of my staff. And I remember thinking, who does she think she is to categorize me as half as good? But when she came in and evaluated me, I was doing things according to what my principal at that time I thought wanted done. And she rated me harshly for it. And I said, no, you can't do this. She said, but I have to, because this is my job.
She said it was her job.
She said it was her job.
Did she grade you so harshly, brought tears to your eyes?
Yes, it did. But she also gave me recommendations that would lead me in the direction that was best suited for my students to achieve at the levels that was expected of them according to the standards of excellence that we have all been ingrained in us to do.
Although she graded you harshly, although it almost brought tears to your eyes, you're saying you got something out of it.
Yes, I did.
Now, you were saying you've known her all of her life, and are you aware that she was an assistant superintendent out of Wichita?
Yes, very much so.
You're aware that she graduated from Wichita State?
Yes.
With honors, is that right?
With honors. Prior to graduating from Wichita State, she graduated from Langston University with honors even higher than at Wichita State.
It sounds like you really know a lot about her.
I really know a lot about her.
And you're here to testify for her today, even though at one point she graded you harshly.
Yes.
Now, I didn't ask you before we began what your relationship is with Tamara. Can you tell us how you know the defendant in this case?
She is my daughter.
You're her mother.
I'm her mother. And I'm very proud of the fact that I'm a mother.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Hey. You raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you will give the court today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state the name of the record, please.
Certainly. My name is Kristen Pitts, that's spelled Kristen, last name Pitts.
Judge, I'm George Lawson, Judge. It's my pleasure and my honor to represent Michael Pitts. my right is Christian Pitts, who is Mr. Pitts' daughter. There are a number of other individuals who are in this room or other rooms in this schoolhouse who came to support Michael Pitts. I have here that I am going to continue to, and I do not expect you to read this yet. I want to tend to you the 65 letters I have here. I have probably on my email system another 100 letters. I quit printing at 65. This is from a spectrum of individuals throughout the city of Atlanta, throughout the state of Tennessee, and throughout the United States. Folks who know Michael Pitts, they know who he is and what he is. And I would suggest to the court that these letters of support from Mr. Pitts are overwhelming and they are pivotal. At some point in time, I suppose I will get a chance to say something with Mr. Pitts, but I wanted to bring Christian, who is speaking for his friends, his family, and his colleagues. Christian is a member of the State Bar of Georgia. She is a former public defender in this courthouse and in Atlanta Union Circuit.
Thank you so much. So awesome. Good morning, Your Honor. I have had the privilege to try many cases in this very courthouse. I have not had the privilege to try a case before you. But I wanted to say that first because no one respects the province of the jury more than I do. So I understand the decision that they have made against my father. However, I just don't agree.
He doesn't think he did anything wrong, right?
Your Honor, I'm here to talk about my father.
Okay,
so
well, go ahead.
I'm going to do just that. Since you haven't had the opportunity to hear from my father during this process, I want you to get an idea of who he is. My father was born in Chicago, Illinois in 1955. He was born to a first-generation college graduate who thought it was a little too difficult to raise a son at that time, turned him over to his grandmother, an older Caribbean woman who previously sent 10 children to college. From her humble beginnings as an immigrant, she came here from the Bahamas to the United States, lived in the projects, sent 10 kids to college. My dad became the 11th. We believe in hard work, we believe in perseverance, and we don't believe in excuses. Because as my father told me growing up, excuses lead to failure. My father was my first teacher. I bet a lot of other people would be upset to know I'm probably his favorite student. My father taught me to read at age 2 and a half. My father has always been a model instructor.
What book did you read at 2 and a half?
Excellent question. It actually was a party trick. My dad actually put sight words all up over the house. And so, like on the table, there would be labeled in red table. On the ceiling, the labeled in red ceiling. So I would see them all the time. So, of course, I started to be able to pick up the sight words. So it used to be kind of a funny joke to go to restaurants and I could read the menu, and I could read billboard signs and things like that. So, my dad has always been on the cutting edge of instruction and has been one to not only give that instruction to me, but to other children. My dad has always believed in children. I have actually witnessed growing up because my father not only believed in me, he also wanted me to be humble. He never wanted me to believe that I was better than anyone else. So my first school was an inner city school, my kindergarten. I went to the kindergarten that my father taught school. That was Bruce Elementary School. Again, my father always thought that a child could learn anywhere. So he sent his own child to that school. And of course, I did well. Like I said, I've grown up looking at my father's progress. We actually came here to Atlanta, not because my father was looking for an upgrade or a job. We actually were very content in our humble home in Memphis, Tennessee. My father was a principal there. He had taken an inner city school where there was gun violence, prostitution, drug dealing, all kinds of things going on in the school, and turned it into an urban oasis. It became a place where children didn't want trash to be on the ground. became a place where other children told other children to pull their pants up. It became a place where they had never had an exceptional child meeting a gifted child in the school. And they had several gifted students in the school by the time my father left that place. My father has wrestled guns away from people. He has drug dealers off of the steps of schools, and he's done so not in an aggressive way. My dad is a charismatic leader just by being himself. He was in the neighborhood. He was part of the people. And when you do that in a school, people come to respect you and what you stand for. And when they know that you're there to do good by the children, they'll listen to you. And that's exactly what they did. So I watched with my own eyes that school be transformed because my dad took me to that school a lot. I helped clean up over the summers and help out with the kids. All that being said, my dad also put the feeling of service in me. I actually had the opportunity to mentor and coach cheerleading in my spare time from being an attorney at one of the Atlanta public middle schools. I did that actually in 2009 and 2010. When I came to the school, I noticed a sense of excellence in the school. I took those kids that actually ended up winning, I think, the last competition and won first place. Those kids are also people want you to know smart. They catch on quickly. They're good kids. They work hard. I guess, the rest of what I can say is that I am here on behalf of my mother, who's in the audience, and here on behalf of my father's colleagues, many of whom have written touching letters. Some of them have come from as far as Washington, D.C. today, because they know the man that he is. The man that he has been to them. My father has been a mentor to many. And it's not something that he does for a paycheck. It's something that he does because he knows it's the right thing to do. He knows that the stakes are too high. That's what I was going to say. The best advice my father has ever given me. Two things. He would always say growing up. One, I told you, excuses lead to failure. I keep that in the back of my mind with everything that I do. I think I've done pretty good for myself. Again, I am a third generation college graduate, and I have made my parents and my family proud by not only graduating law school, passing the bar on the first time, but I've also been practicing for what is now to be my 9th year. He's also told me, always do your very best. That is also some advice that I take with me everywhere that I go. I can specifically remember a time I was in law school. My dad loves this story. I was calling to complain because law school is meant to be tedious. I was complaining about the amount of reading and studying that I had to do. And my dad stopped me in the middle of my complaining and said, "Kristen, do you think you're the first person who ever went to law school?" And I stopped and I thought, it wasn't what I wanted to hear at that time. But what he was telling me was that, Kristen, you cannot make anyone be better than you. And if anyone else can do it, you can too. And my dad has been right. I've taken that to every job that I've ever had. And I think if you ask all of my bosses, they'll tell you that I've been one of their best employees. And that's all because of my father and, of course, my mother. All of that to say, Your Honor, let's tell that story about how we came here. We actually told my dad to come here. We were content being in Memphis, Tennessee. On the salary that he was making, we were doing just fine. The superintendent at the time that I recall came down from my dad's school with a group of other individuals and saw the oasis in the ghetto, for lack of a better word, and wanted to make that tenfold here in Atlanta. So my dad went down to the interview. I rode down with him, actually, in the car. My mother stayed back at home. And my dad came
And I was
back
like, wow, Daddy, the ghetto.
And then he says to me, "Kristen, what do you think I should do? I'm happy with our life in Memphis, Tennessee. I don't want to uproot our life and our friends and everything and come to Atlanta." And I said, "Dad, if you have the opportunity to help a larger group of people, it is your responsibility to do that." That being said, my dad came here. We do not regret the decision. My dad has helped many. I am proud to call him my father, and proud to be able to do this here today, even though it's under these circumstances. All that to say, Your Honor, this is a good man. Please think about that when you are sentencing him. Please bring him back home to his family. We miss him. He is my teacher still. There have been so many things that I have wanted to talk to him about. in private that I haven't had the opportunity to do so because he is behind the jailhouse doors. Please send my father home. Thank you.
That's all we have there.
All right.
When I'm gonna start hearing some responsibility around here?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. Your Honor, I have 4 witnesses who agreed to speak to court on behalf of Dr. Evans. We submitted to the court last week, I believe, 13 letters in support of being a copy of the state.
All right.
I appreciate that. And when I did first,
He is bride in her. And as a minister of the gospel, which I am, Lord Jesus Christ, I was reminded yesterday, it says in John 3:16, for God so loved the world, and the world includes every human being that ever existed and will exist, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever should believe on him should not perish, but shall have everlasting life. And yesterday, the Lord gave me, he said, for Dana loved the Lord, that she gave herself to the children.
Yo, bro, black people gonna tell a story. This nigga this young man, he just said, he quoted one of the most iconic versions of black scripture, talking about some, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son. And then he said that this defendant so loved what? The children, that she so gave her life?
The Lord, that she gave herself to the children.
Oh, she so...
That she educated to the teachers,
she
to
so
her
loved
profession,
the Lord.
to the disenfranchised children.
I wonder how that reference landed on the judge. I would have told the people that come to me, tell them, know how remorseful I am with this situation, how bad I feel, not how great I am.
For Dana so loved the Lord, that she gave herself to radical love, to minister to couples who are also struggling in marriage. For Dana so loved her family, that as she was a child growing up, she always looked out for her brothers.
Please show the judge's
She
face.
gave tirelessly
Please
to
show
them.
the judge.
For Dana so loved her husband, that she has forgiven him for all the wrong attitude, everything that I gave to her. She's forgiven me. And Your Honor, I want my wife home. She deserves to be
Oh, that's her
home.
husband? Oh, damn, my bad.
Home to do what she's been doing. The night before she was convicted, she was putting together a computer curriculum for homeless men at the Atlanta Mission.
God bless that woman.
That's not completed. She wants to finish. I want her to finish that. And we want to continue doing ministry for married couples, to homeless, to the needy, to feeding.
These were good folks in this trial, man.
And that's
Salt of the
all
earth.
right. And I thank you for saying what you said
How
about
they get
her
caught up in
in
this?
the beginning, and I'm glad she took the time to take a stand for herself, so you hear from her and herself. And I thank all those who are in support here of my wife. And I thank you for the time.
Judge, briefly, one.
I feel bad now. I thought it was a pastor. I ain't know it was a husband. I feel bad now. You supposed to go that hard for your baby. You supposed to go that hard for your wife.
One short story summarizes Dana Evans to me. During the course of this trial, we worked nights, we worked weekends. Don't worry, Dana, where are you, Mom? You're at the office working on your...
The problems of education
Andrew Young
and the challenges of educating our young people. We got involved in race and
all due deliberate speed.
Yeah,
which is very slow.
Yeah, but we focus on the race problems and not on the education problems. I'm here. I don't know anybody in this group. But my daddy was a teacher, my granddaddy was a teacher, my mother was a teacher. I've been married twice, and both of them are teachers. One for 40 years, went on to glory, and she earned every bit of her time, I believe 40 years, and another one for...
Went on to glory. What a beautiful way to describe the hereafter. She went on to glory. The glory of God. That's beautiful.
The last 19 years. My baby daughter is a teacher who got fired almost, and would have been fired in Atlanta Public Schools if I hadn't been a man. And the reason, and my mother was still teaching then, but the reason was she refused to teach tests. She refused, and she's not she's teaching in Georgetown Day School right now because they would not let.
Oh, so you got to teach in Georgetown Day School. Let's look that up. Private school, Washington, D.C. Let's look at their tuition. Wow. Per school year, $50,000 a kid. So he's saying that his daughter used to teach in Atlanta public schools, but she got fired, or was about to get fired if he wasn't the mayor. Okay, that's okay. Woohoo, nepotism. Let's go for that. Because she refused to teach tests. Mean you by tests, they mean math, science, and reading. I don't know. Maybe they want djembe circles or they want drum circles in the classroom. I really don't know. But like the idea that tests is the hill we need to die on. Tests are there to show if you know. And so instead of worrying about knowing, we worrying about being tested about whether our kids know. So because his daughter wouldn't teach tests to kids in Atlanta, now she go to Georgetown Day School where they charge. I bet these kids don't know how to pass a test. Imagine having $1 million education. That's $200,000. That's another 300, 350. 350. Listen, that's more than half. It's like then there's $600,000 in education before you even get to college. Another hat like I think they're going to be able to pass test scores. I think so. But you know what case else I want to get into the affirmative action case, the Howard case, and really some of that data behind that case.
Teach in public schools in Washington, D.C. because she didn't want to teach tests, she wanted to teach children. And what she did, in public schools in Washington, D.C. And she's teaching in Georgetown Day School right now because they would not let her teach.
That's not a public school.
In public schools in Washington, D.C. because she didn't want to teach tests, she wanted to teach children. And what she did, she took the children that nobody else wanted. And they didn't know the colors, they didn't know how to blow their nose. They flunked the kindergarten readiness tests. And those are the ones she asked for. And she said the first thing before you can do anything about tests, you got to build up self-esteem and self-confidence. And she...
I think you should do that inside of the home. It should be reinforced in school, but now we're teaching, according to leftists who have destroyed the home, now we want the schools to do what?
Self-esteem and self-confidence. Do anything about tests.
Before you do anything about tests, you got to do this. Before you do anything about learning, remember tests mean learning, mean proving what you know. Before you do anything about proving what you know, you have to do what?
You got to build up self-esteem and self-confidence.
Self-esteem and self-confidence. 100% agree. Why are we talking about that when it comes to teachers? That's a home problem. So instead of displacing the family and allowing children to decide what gender they are when they're 3 or 4, we actually build up the confidence and tell them and guide them and show them in a certain direction. And then when they go to school, they can have self-esteem and confidence and feel loved at home. And you know what's something interesting? Because statistically speaking, we should be looking very sideways at individuals who have 3+ trans children, because statistically speaking, that's very rare. And what is the chances that a child in that house who wants to express a heterosexual mindset and worldview would be loved and accepted? They might get kicked out the house the same way a heterosexual, old, traditional, straight person would kick a gay person out the house. That's what we're not talking about. So when it comes to feeling, accepting, and empowering your kids, let's do that. But let's do that around things that are objectively good until they get old enough to want to explore their identity. Objectively good, I mean reading, learning how to count, learning your grammar, learning a language or two, learning that, a hard work ethic and these kind of things. So when they go to school, learning respect for your elders, learning respect to authority. So when you go to school, you can actually learn the particulars of these subjects and sciences. But I guess tests are bad, according to leftists.
And she taught them Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech at 5 years old.
Oh my God.
And she taught them to sing, lift every voice and sing. I don't know how she did it, because she couldn't carry a tune in a wheelbarrow.
I'll be a buck and a hook.
She went to Washington, and she got involved with the teachers union there, and
not to be confused with Dryenton. Washington and Dryenton.
They wouldn't let her teach the way she wanted to teach children. So,
because it's called a curriculum that's set by the parents and not some rogue teacher that's trying to come hug babies to education.
She's teaching in a private school because it's very, very difficult. We have messed up education so much that, well,
she's teaching in one of the best schools in America because she just couldn't do it no more with the public schools. The public schools are ruining them kids. I couldn't be a part of it. So let me go to one of a 75-year-old institution that has produced. Let me do this. Let me look up this, because this is, I can't do it no more. I wonder, do they organize them by most impressive to least impressive? My birth year. Pulitzer Prize. That's pretty dope. Shia LaBeouf, if like he actually never like. You can't just talk stuff online. Like I do. Anyway, he looks like Shia LaBeouf. I thought he looked familiar. Congressman Ratskin. Yeah, so anyway, back to what we talking about.
Tests and grades do not make you educated.
Oh,
and I always like to take people down to the Civil Rights Museum and show them Martin Luther King's C in public speaking. And so much for grades. I got a D in sociology because my teacher had degrees from the Sorbonne and the University of Chicago, but she didn't know any juvenile delinquents. I knew all of my friends were either in jail, in the army, or barely made it to college, and the whole system has been looking for some way to find a way to perpetuate the values and vision and the accomplishments of this great society. And I think these teachers got caught in a trap.
The lawyer like, God damn it, why'd you admit they got caught? Don't use that language.
King used to say, when people are placed in darkness, crimes will be committed. But the guilty are not just those who commit the crimes, but those who create the darkness.
The lawyer did not ask you to go there.
And Lyndon Johnson, as a young teacher, understood that the poor kids he was teaching in Texas couldn't get through the day learning because they didn't have enough calories to eat. And he swore as a teacher that if he ever got a chance to do something about it, he would. And that's why we had Title I for the disadvantaged. That's why we had the TRIO programs for underprivileged kids and for people who were dropouts and coming back. That's the reason for a whole approach to education, which frankly was abandoned about 20 years ago. And the money that went into teaching.
Stop your hop. Wrap it up, G. Wrap it up, legend. Legend and the young activist who's done more than I could ever think of. Tired of hearing you.
And the state of Georgia right now has $108 million set aside for some company in New York that as I look down their board and as I look down their staff, I don't see many of them that have ever been in a classroom very long. And yet they are writing the tests that are...
What if Wall Street made the same excuse? Y'all ain't never tried to manage a whole global system of greedy psychos who try to you know how hard it is to do that without being corrupted. It's a dark room. Everybody won't understand it when they're on a chopping block. When somebody else let them hang. They knew what they was doing. Wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. So we should all live life given the same amount of mercy that we want to receive, while also trying to genuinely help folks and prevent them from committing repeat harms.
Protecting these teachers. It's an impossible, unjust situation. And the laws that have been contrived to protect it. I don't know. I ended up having to go before a grand jury, and I was in court at least a dozen times. With my obstruction of justice case, which was kind of brought on by...
Why are we talking about you, my G? Because the laws and that we make to do what and do this and who how.
The same guy, one of the same guys who did the investigation of these teachers, investigated me and had me before a grand jury. And it was Griffin Bell, a former attorney general, who mentioned to me that I should stop by and see him because he didn't think I should go for a grand jury, and he wanted me to take the Fifth Amendment. And I couldn't do that because I didn't know anything about it, but he was right. But there's so much confusion in our society right now. It's not all bad. A lot of it is growing pains. The teachers that you had here, and the teachers that I know, and the teachers that my wife and my daughter and my mother associated with, are the backbone of this society.
Salt of the earth.
And I think you've heard some of the best.
I am who I am because of teachers who happen to be black women.
And
Miss Williams, shout out Miss Williams, Miss Neely, Miss O'Brien, Miss Palmer. Even Miss Palmer, I used to just more so look at them, listen to if you catch my drift. But yeah.
I hope that somehow with all of the confusion about charges and laws and investigations that God will give you and the Attorney General and this community the capacity to sort all this out and take this mess and make a good thing out of it.
I agree with that.
I don't know how you do that.
Because the only person that like mess for mess sake is the devil. And we got to call the devil out wherever we see him. The only person that like mess just for mess sake is the devil and his workers. Because unless you're trying to look for a solution how to make something better out of a negative, or trying to just get past the negative, or make sure to redress any harm so it can be put to bed, even if you can't make nothing good out of it, if you're not trying to settle qualms and bring peace and bridges amongst people, what are you doing? So I completely agree with Ambassador Young on that.
The letter of the law. But I'm a preacher, and
you still got it.
The Bible says, the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life. And I think if we...
Woo! That's deep. Now, he finna touch the Joe Hart in a second. He finna touch the Judge Hart in a hot second. Talking about the letter. What he say? The letter is... Because don't follow the letter of the law.
But the Spirit giveth life. The letter killeth. But the Spirit giveth life.
Woo! And he about to mess around and look. He look like, I know that hit your Judge.
I think if we can...
Look at him.
Let
you spitting, my
the Spirit of the law and the testimonies that you've heard from these wonderful people, I could take them all and take them to any school in the city, and I guarantee you we could turn that school around.
At least on paper.
And we could make geniuses. We do that at Y all the time. We take kids that have been in and out of the jail all the time. And if we can get them for 6 weeks, we can get them through a GED and get them in college, and they become fine, upstanding tax-paying citizens.
Get them in the trade school, my G, if you already trying to get them somewhere and they ain't going somewhere on their own. I'm saying you can, but of course I could be wrong too, and it's not about generalizing, but stop thinking college is the only way for people who don't like sitting down listening.
And I think it's the positive aspects of education that are the hope of this nation. And I really thank you for indulging me the privilege of just coming, because I don't have any business here except that I respect you, I admire you. I've been a good friend of the Attorney General, but we don't talk enough.
Whenever I want to just have a little dialogue with you. My father taught for 50 years, my mother taught for 30.
80 years of teaching experience. And Judge Dexter's family, his parents. You think this not close to him? He said, I'm going to keep it real with you, Miss Pastor Young. Let's get real about this case for 2 seconds.
In the Atlanta school system, I went to the Atlanta schools. But about, I don't know, a year and a half ago, when we were discussing Dr. Hall's ability to go to trial, you interjected yourself, and I said, well, go ahead and let me hear your 2 cents. And what you said really made me believe that you thought really nothing was wrong in this school system, and it's the same attitude that the Chamber of Commerce and their special committee that investigated this thing, they just wanted it to just go away. But Mr. Howard, and Mr. Howard, I apologize to you. You've been a friend of mine for a long time. I cussed him out this morning. And I do that sometimes, and I apologize, and it was pretty bad, and I feel bad about it. Will you accept my apology? Okay. Something awful was going on here, and Mr. Howard had the courage against, pretty strong opposition to go forward. And I think it's important that he did that. It was very brave of him to do that. He had prosecutors that worked night.
Let's think about that. Atlanta's a black city. Look at all these defendants are black professionals, salt to the earth, church, day-to-day community folks, great folks who got caught up in this scandal. And a black prosecutor still decided to bring it. So I think that's what the judge is speaking to. And I think Mr. Howard was the elected the attorney general, possibly.
Day and weekends, and I don't know whether they're all still married to their spouses or not, because and it was unbelievable to see the amount of effort that went into trying to expose, what happened here, and it's a tragedy. And I just want your thoughts, because initially I just sort of thought you thought it was never should have been dealt with. And I hate to put you on the spot, but
I'm very glad to be put on the spot, John. That I knew Dr. Hall from the West Indies, and I knew the discipline, the character, the stubbornness. In fact, I was in Jamaica for the 80th birthday.
What's not talked about in this whole sentence, and that's very that's very meaningful, is someone named Dr. Hall. Dr. Hall is an unindicted co-conspirator. And I think she was the real architect, and also she passed away, so I don't want to go too hard. On the dead, but Atlanta Journal-Constitution. They're not even gonna let me. I just want to see a picture of her. Oh, that was Dr. Hall. Wait, they had her in this. Well, hold on now. Hold on 1 red second.
School district's former superintendent. Among those charged was painted by some as the one who orchestrated the test cheating. You write in your book, Shani, from the moment Hall was selected to lead APS, Atlanta Public Schools, in the spring of 1999, she was under a microscope. Everyone is watching her, wrote the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, from Governor Roy Barnes, who's hammering out his statewide school reform effort, to corporate leaders, college presidents, and parents considering whether to entrust their children to the urban public schools. Hall faced up to 45 years in prison, but died from breast cancer in 2015 before going to trial. She maintained her innocence. I then want to go to Dana Evans. Dana Evans is the former principal of Dobbs Elementary School, who was convicted in the test cheating trial. This is Evans on PBS NewsHour in 2017, responding to allegations that educators participated in cheating for financial gain.
I got bonuses 1 year out of the 4 years that I was a principal, and it was $1,000. And I gave more than $1,000 to Dobbs. I paid for kids' uniforms, and I paid people's rent and their gas bills, and it is offensive that cheat for $1,000.
That was Dana Evans.
I know where she was coming from, so I do feel her on that. To think that you would sell out your own people for $1,000, like, that is very offensive. But I think with her particular case, if I remember the judge talking to her, he was saying that your situation was one of omission, not commission. You didn't do nothing, but you also kind of knew of something but didn't really say nothing. That's what was alleged with her, and she might have got caught up with one of those false writings. They all did get hit with false writings. They all got whacked with them false writings.
You both write in the book also about Donald Bullock, an educator who accepted a plea deal in 2015 in order to receive a reduced sentence. He apologized for his role.
I, Donald Bull, do hereby sincerely.
Yeah. All right. So.
Birthday of the former Prime Minister last night. And I'm very glad to be.
So let's hear it. Let's talk about it.
I knew Dr. Hall from the West Indies, and I knew the discipline, the character, the stubbornness. In fact, I was in Jamaica for the 80th birthday of the former Prime Minister last night, and came back just for this. And that's a culture that really, if she was wrong, and I think she was wrong, it was because she isolated herself upstairs and didn't have enough interaction. I have always been a proponent. I never brought anybody in the city from outside into my administration. Because what I found as I went around the cities, there wasn't anybody anywhere in the world doing as well as we were doing in Atlanta on a variety of cases. So I think the mistake was to go outside. Because this last time we did a little better, we went only to Selma. And that's tolerable. But New York and Jamaica, there were too many cultural differences, and the system never.
He's making a hell of an argument if you follow along. I don't mean in a good way either. Like a homeboy is getting into some we shouldn't have messed with those people. But I don't really mean what he's mean, like the stubbornness, the discipline. I don't really get exactly what he's getting at. He's not being entirely clear.
It became a family. So there were too many cultural differences, and the system never became a family, a learning institution.
It was an atmosphere of fear, total fear. The whole educational system.
But it was
under
also
her
a racialization of education. And education, you can't put a price tag on it. And
that's the judge. When he just like, you know what, we're gonna have to agree to disagree. I thought I was gonna get you to talk to me on the level. I thought I was gonna get to talk to you on the level. And now we talking about
education, you can't put a price tag on it. And you can't, I mean, my present wife tells the story of, and these are not poor kids, these are rich kids out of D Rivers, where one was a bright, quick kid that passed all the tests, the other one always seemed to be daydreaming. And the mother came to her and said, "Can you help my child?" And she discovered he was like music. So she put him in charge of playing the piano as they came into the assemblies. And one of the boys is a doctor, the other one is a...
They both need to learn how to read, Reverend Young, Mayor Young, whatever the proper title is. They both need to learn how to read, sir. And if they can't read, we need to notify someone. She even looking like Unc. She's like, why do I gotta listen to this while my life is on the line? I'm listening to him talking about how some kids just want to play music.
Leader in one of the leading music conservatories in this. Something that I mean, I would throw the whole thing out, but that's not me.
Your perspective on what he should do.
I can't tell. I would rather not tell him what to do. I think that this is something that I mean, I would throw the whole thing out, but that's not me. Your job. Your job.
That's what sort of disturbed me about your position 18 months ago. It's like, you know, what are we doing here? You know, this is not. I mean, you know. Why are we doing this? Why are we investigating this? Why are we doing this? But we've got kids, my tragedy is I got a few more years on the bench, and these kids that were passed on, couldn't read, passed the test because of this blatant cheating. They get to high school, they can't read,
become
they,
violent.
of course, are big and ashamed and drop out, and they appear before me. They have mandatory minimum sentences of 10 years. I have to send these kids to jail for 10 years. And so, you know, there's more to this than just say, let's just forget about it and move on.
Well, let's go back.
Judge leaned in. He say, listen, y'all want to keep playing with me? What's the mandatory minimums? What's the mandatory minimums?
It's jail. Mandatory minimum sentences of 10 years. I have to send these kids to jail.
High school students, mandatory minimum, 10 years.
For 10 years.
Because they was in high school, big, embarrassed, unable of knowing how to engage in society because they was passed on by a school system that cut corners in order to pass them on. That's what the Atlanta public schools cheating scandal was about. But as we see how it was painted in in this video. In this video, they paint it as an attack on teachers because look at the book title. The book title is BAM. It's an attack on teachers. None of the above. An untold story of the Atlanta public school cheating scandal, corporate greed, and the criminalization of educators. I should read the book. As much stuff as I'm talking, I should probably read the book, but I don't want to, because anytime somebody sit through a whole trial and listens to evidence, I don't think myself that much better than someone else. So unless there's a very convincing reason to think that it was bias or prejudice, like I would not believe 12 jurors from 1940 in Georgia because they're probably all racist. I probably wouldn't believe them on anything when it comes to a black person. But with two white persons, maybe I would believe they're being unbiased. But in modern day, in Atlanta, this case was done in Atlanta. The jury pool were of their peers. If 12 people from Atlanta hear the evidence and decided that folks are guilty, but they did try this case 3 times, so that's when it gets but like cases have to get retried sometimes, so that doesn't necessarily mean something bad happened. But if you get a not guilty one time, but that's what I'm saying, if you get a not guilty one time, you can't get tried again. So that's why the first guy said that Miss Cotton, let's see if she did get double jeopardy. Cotton. Bruh. So we got a principal who was concerned that the students actually said they was getting the answers. Then she gave that principal a negative notice. This is another person, Patricia Royal, saying that you did that, but I don't know. The same school year. Yeah, so it seems like they isolated people who was trying to turn them in, and so yeah.
So,
there was some wrong.
There's more to this than just say,
unless these people are liars.
Let's just forget about
Look,
it.
These are their names. Unless these people are liars.
Let's go back and realize that we as a state with the highest per capita
Michael
prison
Milstead, unless
population,
he's lying.
and one of the
unless
despicable things
Patricia
that
Wales
we did
is
in our
lying.
legislature
Okay,
was go against two strikes and you're out.
I know, I agree with you, but that's my situation, and I'm not saying all of them, but there's some of them that were the most, they are the most vulnerable children in our city, and they were shortchanged, they were passed on, and now they're unfortunately in the prison system.
And Your Honor.
And that's the tragedy of all tragedies.
Well, except that as we get them out of the prison system, and that's the other thing.
This thing, did he just say? I gotta stop saying the N word on stream so freely but probably for a lot of reasons, but like, especially to elders. Did he just say we got to get them out of prison? He's missing the entire point continuously.
The tragedy of all tragedies.
Well, except that as we get them out of the prison system, and that's the other thing. We've forgotten that Governor Maddox used to have a Christmas morning.
That's what it sounds like when you're used to dealing in lives. The judge sounds like when you have to actually take away someone's life, but when you just used to dealing in them as if they don't matter. But when we get them back from jail, like, what do you mean? What we're talking about is trying to prevent them from going in jail. You talking about, but when we get them back, instead of addressing the threshold issue. Of course, if we have to get them back, we should do it in the right way. But what we're talking about is how to prevent people, young children, from going to jail. And all you've been able to tell us is how your daughter wouldn't teach anywhere that had test standards. And now she's working for Georgetown Day School, where by the time you graduate high school, you've paid $700,000 for your child's education, or at least that's the market rate they're charging. So he's really showing the moral compromise in black leadership in this country, just to say that, yeah, like we have a strict liability, strict standard when it comes to educating children. Children are to be educated. If there's a problem with, because then if you try to just educate a child and then you take the problems that come at a lot of turns, a lot of those things are things that leftists just don't want to acknowledge. That, like, sometimes you have to expel a child who doesn't want to be in school or hasn't shown the way. I'm not saying don't give children as many chances as you can, but like, you can't, because I always heard that's what knocks out charter school. Like, charter school only have a 100% graduation rate because they kick the ones out who don't want to, who not going to graduate. It's because at the end of the day, like, you're expending resources to try to on someone who is being a negative influence on the end goal. So you're paying for a negative impact on your outcome when you keep disruptive children in the classroom. So, but yeah, so I don't know exactly how that fits in. And also, teacher performance has to be measured. It has to be measured somehow. Like, because, like, if someone constantly misrepresents people in court, or constantly doesn't cure someone, like, they should not be allowed to, I don't know. It's a lot going on. Don't get me rambling. I'm about to cut to when a judge just really start letting loose, because he's about to take all he can take with this I didn't do nothing in the mess. He's about at his field with it, and we're only 2 hours into it. So he's about to start letting loose and letting them years fly. The next video is when he let them years fly. So, but what's crazy is Democracy Now! Paints it the entire other way. It paints us as teachers being criminalized, not administrators choosing to intimidate teachers into allowing cheating to go forward or engage in cheating. That's absurd. Like, that's really what happened, and they're trying to paint it as the criminalization of teachers. And I'm saying that's what happened because that's what 12 jurors in Atlanta saw the evidence and decided what happened. So, so we should really be offended by videos like this that try to call out negatives as a positive and to try to make victims out of perpetrators. These teachers, all of them didn't have the same level of culpability, but they employed a system that pushed along children that were not educated. They filled in so they can just keep getting money, so that the school system wouldn't be investigated for inefficiency, so someone may eventually come along and fix the problem. They kept artificially fixing the problem so they wouldn't lose their jobs, but the children were the main ones suffering. So now when they get in front of the judge, and you've been stealing employee like unemployment benefits, like everybody like to think that's a victimless crime. Okay, until you get in front of that judge and you've been lying, you finna get them years. So yeah, the judge finna start wilding. The judge is finna start wilding and letting loose because he's tired of these black leaders where because he's used to his constituency not demanding results. We don't demand results from Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton. Our communities haven't gotten better. But they still get to represent us. Oh, but Barack Obama didn't make life better for the average black American, but he still represents us. He's still held up in high esteem among black people who are mentioned in the same breath as Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and individuals who are actually assassinated for trying to bring fundamental change. Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, the list really goes on to individuals who really try to bring change as opposed to individuals. You know what, saying that just made me think of, you gotta look at a man who grows old in the field where young men die. In the field of young black activism, that's a young man's game. You're gonna die if you a young black activist. It's about something. So you really got to look at individuals who grow old in an area where most men die young, because that phrase is normally used about tough guys like that he a gangster. So he's in a game where most young guys die when they gangster. But if you meet an old gangster, that means he really about that. And don't test him, because be wary of an old man in the industry or in a game where men die young. So we about to skip ahead to when a judge start getting tired of hearing these apologies.
Partisan, not personality, the like justice to lock them up where their talents cannot be used. The talents that I've heard here just this morning.
Ooh, Lord, the talents
in our schools
are desperately needed. We don't need administrators that cheat to push people on. You're missing the point.
They're volunteering in our churches. These talents are not going to waste, and if we can free these talents to serve in any kind of way, I'd be glad to work with you on any kind of committee or any kind of pulling the business community
for a small fee. Of course, you know.
Together, and even I meet with prisoners all the time, and I always remind them that Martin Luther King's, if he'd written the letter from the Birmingham jail from the desk at Ebenezer, nobody would have paid any attention to it. Half of the books in the Bible are written in jail. I'm not. He used to tell us that what was wrong with our movement was that we hadn't spent enough time in jail. and that we were not spiritually strong enough to take on segregation because we hadn't had the to support you.
Thank you.
Okay. I
Thank you. I respect you as much as
and whatever you do, I will do my best to support you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we would call Judge Moore to the stand.
We're almost neighbors on the fourth floor.
Ingrained system that
Love of children and their love of education and wanting to see.
But Judge, there are people out there saying the opposite, that.
And you see, he asked the one guy, well, he don't question all the character witnesses. He asked the one guy because he respects his opinion. He's like a community leader, and he had heard his comments before. And he's asking her, like, you're an officer of the court, ma'am. Let me know, am I tripping? What's going on?
They're saying the opposite, that there were children that were robbed and suffered because of this ingrained system of passing these children on when they shouldn't have been passed on. And, you know, I agree with you. I don't have anything bad to say about their teaching, but why we're here. And that's where I'm at. I had no quarrel with their dedication, but they made some terrible decisions.
Your Honor, I would hope you would look at them holistically as human beings. If they made decisions in whatever time frame you're speaking of, but they have done very well.
When you did something does matter, but it normally is how long ago you've done it, not the amount of it you've done. Because let's say anyway, all I'm saying is that, like, if you've recently done something, people are going to be like, whoa, like, you just did that. Where's your mind at? What's up with your headspace? But if you did something 25 years ago and you've never done nothing like that again, people are going to be like, I don't think his headspace is there right now. But both only happened once. So you have one time, and let's say one time in 50 years, but one time happened when you're 25 and one time happened when you're 40. And the other person happened when they're like 49. The person who's 25 and did that thing is going to be looked at way different, because if you're older, you should, one, have more wisdom to realize that you shouldn't act in a silly way. So if you're old acting in silly ways, people are going to be like, you know, your mind is really that, but you don't get the benefit of your growth. But if the other person who did something when he's 25 gets asked, hey, have you ever done this one thing? And he said, yeah, one time, when 25 years ago, the other guy has to say, oh yeah, one time 1 year ago. It doesn't matter if you've only done something once. The recency of it tends to matter most.
Well, in educating, and they still have much to contribute. And that's what I'm asking you to look at, is the...
And people will tell you that when people accept responsibility, I bend over backwards to try to give them a shake. But the reality is that if you don't accept responsibility, there's no recognition of harm, then a lot of times you get what you deserve.
Your Honor, I understand that. I also understand the purpose of the criminal justice system is to rehabilitate and others punished. We respect the jury's decision. We respectfully disagree with that decision. But we do understand that there's a need to heal this community. And to throw Ms. Williamson's talents away, as you heard from every single witness, that she's an excellent teacher, would not be a service to this community. She should be allowed on probation to give back to this community, and not to have the community support her incarceration. And that's what we're asking her. We're asking for her to be able to tutor and assist as she's always done. And you heard from every child that she was a great teacher. You heard that she was a great educator. And I think that's what would be appropriate in this case, that she be allowed in a program like here the DA's office has a program where they're going to remediate these children. I've heard Ms. Hayes Tavares talk about the fact that her children have still not received any remediation. And if this truly is about the children, it's about that remediation and not about incarceration. So what I'm asking for with regard to Ms. Williamson's first offender and a term of probation to get back to the children that were harmed. But if you remember, every child that came in and testified either for or against her are exceptional children to this day. So she builds exceptional children. I ask you allow her to continue to build exceptional children with first offender probation. Thank you.
I appreciate you not wearing that coat again.
I probably I have mother.
Listen, I see our witnesses in the hallway, Ms. Marsha and Ms. Robert.
You know, you have easy days and you have hard days, you have easy trials and you have hard trials. This is one of the hardest things I've ever could imagine being part of my job description. But anyway, I appreciate it, and I know that you're giving me those comments from your heart.
I am, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to waste any more of your time, but I am also a substitute in Clark County, but in the Title I schools. And I know what it's like to work with children that come from desperate measures and that come from having nothing, and so do they. And I'm just learning. I'm sorry, I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that, but I really do hope that you have mercy on your heart, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's important that I say one or two things, right? So you talk about train.
This lawyer got a great cadence, You really want to listen to what he's saying because of his cadence.
And I think we're referring to the fact that we've heard the acceptance of responsibility and so forth put out there. I want you to know that on behalf of Ms. Bucknor, we've heard it said that she cares about the children, and that is absolutely true. I want you to know that her decision.
I'm ready to get to the judge. Let's get to the judge.
And her decision to go to trial, to challenge the evidence in this case, is no indication that she doesn't care about children.
Rewarding anybody. You got old, and you look like a fine fella. You got a good family. You contributed greatly, I guess, to your work for the government, and your daughter's a good school teacher. But
I just asked.
I'm just saying, I don't know. Bad decisions were made by people, and then there are consequences. But I'm not rewarding anybody today.
On behalf that you just look at what she did.
Not really, but you're a good been close.
Reward her for what she has done.
He said reward. This sentencing. I wonder how he meant that. Let's hear it.
For courage to face this court on this day and for our tireless, dedicated, and exemplary service to the city, this state, and all the parents and students whose lives Tamika Jordan has touched. We ask that you reward her for what she has done and not for what others said that they did.
I'm not rewarding anybody, but I'm sorry. They've been convicted. I've got to sentence them, and, I hope I have divine guidance on that role. And you look like a fine fella. You got a good family. You contributed greatly, I guess, to your work for the government, and your daughter's a good school teacher, but
I just asked.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
I'm not rewarding anybody today.
Tiffany?
There is no mandatory sentencing. The court doesn't have to send them to jail.
That testified about what happened in that school.
I wasn't present. The training one the fellow judge talked about, and I think it was a couple of the attorneys talked about the training one in the track.
Were you here to hear the evidence against Mr. Bullock? Did you hear the young teachers that testified about what happened in that school?
I wasn't present here, but I followed it in the media.
Well, he should have gotten off the train. Okay, go ahead.
I want to turn your attention to the things that you saw Mr. Bullock do for children in that church. You still support it?
Yes, I do, 100%. If I
In Sunday school programs and with
children lives, both my daughter as well as the young man that I adopted. And I'm just glad to say that my daughter and son could not be here because they're both in college. My daughter is in her second year of pharmacy school, and her son will be graduating in April, and it hurts me to think that I might miss his graduation, but I'm not going to cry. Church has been talked about, I focus on kids and all that, but the greatest thing I've done, and I will continue to do, is mentoring, because there's so many young boys out there that don't have father figures, and they need them. So, Young Elementary School, if they call me, I do what I can do to help. I serve as a father figure to those who need it. I help them get into GED programs and help them study for exams that they have to do, get jobs, give them job skills, do all the things that a productive citizen is supposed to do. And that's what I did. I've sat in this court for almost, I don't know, 8 months or less. And I observed you, Judge Baxter, I really did. And what other people have said about you, I've observed that in sitting in that prison cell, one thing I said, that I was going to tell you, that I'm appealing to the compassion side of you, because I've seen the compassion side. When you chastise, when you correct, at the end, in between sessions, I saw your compassionate side. I know you're a man of compassion. I know you're a man of conviction. And I know God will lead you to whatever decision you make on my account. And I know because whatever it is, I will have to live with it. And I will live with it. But I'm asking you to look at me in my totality. Not just on this one incident, because I had to stand up because I was right. And I thank the jury, because the one thing I wanted to come out is that I did tell the truth, and they did find me not guilty with those 3 ladies, and I stood by it, and I thank God for that. I don't understand the other part, the racketeering and all that, and the other statements high, but it is what it is, and I accept that, and I move on. I'm not justifying anything.
They hit him with a RICO for just making up a cheating scandal. Imagine making up a scandal and a conspiracy where everybody's gonna go out and sell drugs and kill people, and then you make up a scandal where you help kids cheat on tests, and y'all both get the same years or the same legal liability, which is It ends up being a lot. Racketeering, making up schemes is a lot. Making up schemes to lie is not good.
But renter to find but today,
I'm just not, all because you told the truth. What does that mean?
to me, I told what you, I said I didn't do what those ladies said I did. I know the jury did. I mean,
I watched them. I saw them. I saw them. They were ashamed. They were, and you know, it's just part of the thing that, you know, the devil's sitting here saying, you know, why don't these people take responsibility? Why don't they take responsibility? And, you know, and the devil's over here saying, throw the book at them, throw the book at them. They don't take responsibility. But, you know, I'm going to calm down. And
I do appreciate it.
Bro, anytime the judge say he gonna calm down and he trying to decide whether he gonna throw the book at you. But like, you already been convicted, so why not take some responsibility? Why not say I'm sorry? But like, unless you on appeal that could hurt you, I don't know, man.
I do appreciate you taking
I was here.
I was here.
The witnesses were
for
sitting
trial.
right there.
I looked at them.
I heard them.
They seemed credible.
And what they said was true. So, anyway, go ahead.
Tell me what a great person y'all and how you love kids. Look at the lawyer. Like, God damn it, this about to be a long road home. She like, y'all in trouble. No, this is not a laughing matter. This is really messed up. But goodness me, man.
It's true. I accept whatever you said, and whatever your decision is, I just ask for leniency.
Okay.
Thank you, Donald. Now, I just want to make very clear that when earlier we had indicated that count 23 was the count in which he was charged with erasing and changing answers, and the testimony from those three main witnesses, Ms. Weir, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Green,
What about
is
it?
one that this jury did find him not guilty on. And just like you, that will respect and defend that verdict until you die, I will also do that. That was the count 23, and that's what Mr. Wolf was about, not the other ones.
Anyway, all right.
Let me finish up, if you please,
Okay,
Your Honor.
please make it as quick as you can.
All right. What we ask you to do now is to help us to repair the past damage and to prepare our youth for the future. Specifically,
Her expression
four
keeps
counts
more
that he has. I'm going to recommend
She's
this
looking
to
like,
the
why y'all
court.
keep
On
thinking
count
the
one,
judge
the
give a
Supreme Court
damn?
count.
He don't give a damn. Why y'all just plead your case and move on? He don't give a damn.
I would recommend that he has 5 years, 30 days to serve, incarcerated, committed to time.
Okay, well, I need to make a statement here, and we're gonna take a break. I spent a lot of time since this verdict came in thinking about an appropriate sentence. And I think it probably would be appropriate. And it would mean going to jail. Not for a lengthy time, but going to jail. But this,
Going to jail as a first-time offender is tough, but getting 1 or 2 years on a RICO is a win-win-win. This was some fireworks.
something happened to me this morning. I came to work and
So he said he was thinking about only giving just some jail time, a little bit of jail time, just a little taste.
not for a lengthy time, but going to jail. But then something happened to me this morning. I came to work and our district attorney said that he had been talking with the lawyers over the weekend and they thought they had this case worked out with pleas, which means that will be the end of it as far as the court system, and there won't be a 2-year waiting period for appeals. In that case, the case would just linger and linger and linger. And again, I seem to go off the handle. I probably need to just retire, but I jumped all over him. You know, I just said, what are you doing? And I apologize again, okay? Sincerely. And, you know, I just see all the pain in this room. It's a tragedy for all of you, the defendants, your families, your friends, and you've been punished a good bit so far. I mean, just based on what's happened to your lives ever since this started going. And you know, I thought I had a fair sentence. It's not what Mr. Howard has, I think, informally worked out. But anyway, somehow this morning it just came to me, you know, the only reason that I would send you to jail is for retribution. And I think I made my point, and I think I do things sort of off the cuff, but your incarceration these past 10 days maybe came from some divine message to me to just do it. Just do it. And I just think the best thing for our community And this whole sort of,
because I forget. So when the verdict came in, where's that video? Oh, where's that video at? Because when the verdict came in, they thought they were finna. No, I needed that. Where were we at? Did we get back after the? No, we right here.
but then something happened as far as the,
All right, so during the verdict, everybody thought that they was finna get bonds to go home until sentencing. The judge was like, "No, y'all, everybody going to jail today," and they're like, "This is unreasonable, judge." All the lawyers. Oh, it happened in this one. Hold on, let me show y'all real quick. So during the so this is when the verdict is coming in. Well, that's when the jury walking in.
I mean, I know I do. But I want to tell you, I've been out here 42 years.
He's getting emotional talking to his jury. Most judges have this deep connection and protection of juries, and they really do respect the service that they provide in the courtroom, and they trying to make sure that they understand the law and what's going on and that aren't tampered with. So juries that really do give their all and take notes, that's why he's getting emotional, because he's getting ready to talk about how the jury was like really taking notes and invested in trying to find the right way to figure out this. And it took 8 months. So he's also crying because this was the longest trial in Georgia state history. And the trial that took its place was the Young Thug trial. And we see with that trial that we had all kind of officials, and I think even a jury member got removed. Maybe I could be wrong, but a couple judges got removed in that case. So yeah, so he's getting emotional talking to his jury.
Years, I've told you this before, I have never seen a jury that was more diligent. And I just wish you all well. And if you get a subpoena for Davis Williams verdict form, count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty.
So we're watching the videos a little bit on a step. This is what we should have watched first. Or if we're going to watch the trial, we should have watched the trial. But this is the verdict. So all the marbles right here. Or at least in the moment, you know. So this is the verdict, and then that's the second day of sentencing. Because on this day of sentencing that we're watching, he's giving them a chance. He's like, listen, y'all been found guilty here. Y'all been found guilty here. I'm giving y'all a chance to own up to some innocence, or we're going to I'm gonna throw the book at you, essentially. That's kind of what he's been saying. So let's watch a little bit more of the verdict, because then you get to hear exactly what they've been convicted of and why. Because we've been going through the sentencing already, but yeah.
Count 5, false statements in writings. We, the jury, found the defendant not guilty. Count 6, false statements in writings. We, the jury, found the defendant not guilty. State of Georgia versus Tamara Cotman. Verdict form. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. State of Georgia versus Michael Pitts. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 4, influencing witnesses. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. State of Georgia versus Dana Evans. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 9, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Count 10, false statements in writing. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Count 12, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Count 14, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. State of Georgia versus Angela Williamson. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 9, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. The defendant not guilty. Count 11, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Count 13, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
Did you get off all of them?
Influence and versus Jessica Kerr. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
Let's go.
Count 11, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Count 13, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. State of Georgia versus Shawnee Robinson.
She got off all of them, so hey, everybody didn't go to jail. Everybody didn't go to jail.
Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 18, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. State of Georgia versus Pamela Cleveland. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 18, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 20, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
All three.
State of Georgia versus Diane Butner Webb. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 18, false statements in writing. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 20.
Bro, he brought the deputies into the room.
Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 23.
I remember he made the facial expression. You kind of, bro, that facial expression is, you feel that one. I feel it for him. I can't imagine. Bro. I can't imagine. I'm not laughing because I don't want it to happen to me.
State of Georgia versus Donald Bullock guilty. To violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 23, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Count 24, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Count 25, false statements in writings. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Dang, 3 out of 4.
Count 26, false swearing. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
4 out of 5.
State of Georgia versus.
But look, they was trying to make it. He just got convicted of 4 out of 5 things. But Democracy Now! Wanted to make it seem like that he made a shame out of himself for getting no jail time, 1 year probation. They made him look like a goofy. Remember? Where was it at? Here it is. They tried to make it seem like that
Right in the book, that book.
His
role. That was Dana Evans.
Serious,
For the shame of reading an apology.
He endured the shame of reading an apology after maintaining his innocence for so long, only for Baxter to slap him with 5 years of probation, 6 months of weekend jail, and a $5,000 fine and $1,500. Okay, you see that, right? 5 years probation. That's no jail time. He went home after the last sentencing video we're gonna watch. We're gonna see what the other people got hit with who didn't endure the shame of reading an apology for the crime that they had just been. He had just got convicted of 4 out of 5 serious crimes: false writing, RICO. He got convicted of a RICO. And sure, they're arguing that they shouldn't have been charged him with a RICO, but you got hit with a RICO and he didn't do no jail time. He just got probation. Oh, and he got to do 6 months of weekend jail. I forgot he had to do 6 months of weekend jail. Yeah, so the judge did want all of them to do jail time. So he got 6 months of weekend jail. But once we get to this last video, the Judge Dexter was handing out time.
Alicia Copeland. Count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty. Count 27, theft by taking. We, the jury, found the defendant not guilty. Count 29, false statements in writing. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty. And all these verdicts are dated April 1st and signed.
That's it? So she got
George
203.
Little, the foreperson. Y'all wish to see.
Hey, this judge got all the ammo he need now. He got them convictions. He got ammo now.
The forms.
Fannie Lewis, famously of the young truck trial. Hey, all hell about to break loose. I hope you know. All hell about to break loose in this video.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defendants in every criminal case, if there's conviction, have a right to poll the jury. And what that means, there are 3 questions, yes or no questions that are asked. And the first one is this your verdict? And that's yes or no. Was this your verdict in the jury room? Yes or no. Is it now your verdict? Yes or no. So it's just 3 simple questions. And we'll start with Ms. Owsley Minor. Was it your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Is it now your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Riggs, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Was it your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Is it now your verdict?
Yes.
Ms. Harris, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Was it your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Is it now your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Was it your
What a
verdict in the
fair
jury
way to
room?
do business, bro. Shout out to America, man. Like, they let you get a jury of peers, you know, and if people, and as long as they're not biased against you as a person and they can see the evidence, like, you know, like, you kind of gotta, you know, no one likes to have done wrong, but we can't live in a society of chaos where people do what they want, and, you know, but I think the legal standard of a criminal trial beyond a reasonable doubt is a fair standard, but jurors need to realize that, like, if you have any reasonable doubt, I guess, not any doubt, any reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Was it your verdict in the jury room?
It probably hurts more than anything to hear these everyday people say yes, because you can argue with a judge who getting paid or a lawyer who getting paid. These jurors get paid next to nothing. It's one of, I would make a video arguing it's one of the true civic duties left in our society, a jury member. And I'm sure a lot goes into picking a jury member, and I think just how voting, we need to be scrupulous about how we call jurors and what kind of jurors that actually serve. So because we need that to be an uncompromised system, just like we need how counting votes needs to be uncompromised, or it's just a fundamental system flaw. We need jurors to be uncompromised from beginning to end, from sending out the paper to, you know, yeah.
Is it now your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Fuller, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Was it your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Is it now your verdict? Mr. Little, is this your verdict? Was it your verdict in the jury room? Is it now your verdict? Mr. Duffy, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Was it your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Is it now your verdict? Ms. Patel, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Was it your verdict in the jury room? Is it now your verdict? Ms. Williams, is this your verdict? Was it your verdict in the jury room? Is it now your verdict? All right. I think that concludes their service, and again, thank you so much. And
it's about to get off the
y'all
hook.
are- I'm serious. All right. I'm gonna miss y'all. I'm serious. All right, we'll see you.
Rise for the jury in honor of the service that they're performing. Only two people you rise for in the courtroom. That's the judge and the jury. They in there performing a service. Everybody else fighting. Got them a conviction, huh?
Are you gonna go?
Reynolds.
Got them a
Mr. Reynolds.
conviction. A lot of convictions. Only one person got off. That one old was gonna say. So the one person who you look like should have got off got off.
All right. So do we want to address sentencing? What is,
It's about to get off the rails.
yes, ma'am.
The state was actually going to ask, we know that during pretrial discovery that some of the defendants served as witnesses that they would like at sentencing. The state has no objection to resetting sentencing a week so that they can make those people again available under subpoena. We did not anticipate moving into sentencing today.
All right, well, let's do it next Wednesday. But in the meantime,
At what time, John?
People gonna have to get watch. People gonna have to get in. Watch how the room act when he say people gonna have to go in custody until then. I'm sorry. I didn't thought about this. He gonna start yelling and everything.
Rhonda, what is it? All right, we will be back to you on that.
I'm Judge. I do have a leave of absence. I'll be here.
Been convicted and they got into custody. Well, we're going to have to take everybody into custody today. So,
Judge, they're not taking out every time for 7
I know they've been convicted and they're going to need to be processed just like anybody else. And I'm sorry. From the day I got this case, I pleaded with people to evaluate it seriously, and now the rubber has met the road here, and they are convicted felons as far as I'm concerned, and they're going to need to just be processed at the jail, and then as soon as y'all want to have a sentencing hearing, I'll be available. So that's it.
We address the issue of appeal bond, but the court consider.
I'm not addressing any. You can file a motion for an appeal bond, and I'll address it at a later time. But well, Ms. Robinson can remain on bond because she's having a child, I believe. So, but everybody else, I'm sorry.
Is it possible due to Ms. Evans' attorney being out that we can address the issue of sentencing a week from Monday? Does that deal with your?
That would be fine. That would be fine, thank you. But there's absolutely no reason.
There is a reason. They have been convicted.
They've not been sentenced yet.
What?
They've not been sentenced yet.
Well,
Your Honor, none of these defendants have criminal records. I apologize. I know the court doesn't like for us to talk over each other.
they have been convicted of felonies, serious felonies, and I made myself plain from early on, and they have
His voice sounds like Fire and Brimstone.
made this decision, and they've not fared well. And I don't like to send anybody to jail. It's not one of the things I I get a kick out of, but they have made their bed and they're gonna have to lie in it, and it starts today.
If I could just complete my thought.
Okay.
All of that is true, the court made its intentions known. I would ask the court just to reconsider. None of these defendants, Your Honor, have criminal records. All of these defendants have significant ties to this community. Not only that, Your Honor, each and every one of these defendants have shown up without bail, without being late for the past 7 months.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Judge, these folks have been processed through the jail, they're all on bond. I would suggest to the court that there's no compelling reason for them to be taken into custody until such time as they are sentenced.
Well, the compelling reason is they've just been convicted. They have been convicted, and that's enough for me. And I have sat here for 6 months and listened to this whole thing, and that's the cold, hard truth. It's just the cold, hard truth. So I'm sorry. You may be upset with me, but I've thought about this, and that's what I'm doing.
Can we submit the appeal bond?
No, I'm not. You can submit a appeal bond motion, and I'll hear it in due course.
Sad. Yeah, all right, so that was the verdict. And this was the first sentencing.
Court system, and there won't be a 2-year waiting period for appeals. In that case, the case would just linger and linger and linger. You know, I just said, what are you doing? And it's a tragedy for all of you. You've been punished a good bit so far. Somehow this morning, it just came to me, you know, the only reason that I would send you to jail is for retribution. And I think I made my point, and I think I do things sort of off the cuff, but your incarceration these past 10 days maybe came from some divine message to me to just do it. And I just think the best thing for our community and this whole sordid mess is for Paul Howard to talk to each of you, and we interplease, and we'll all go on about our business and pray for these kids that got cheated. So anyway, I'm gonna go eat lunch, and I'm gonna ask, you got all these deputies and everything, and just see if y'all can get that worked out, and we'll do it this afternoon. Yes.
Okay, so what's happening right now is the judge just basically said, y'all can talk to Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard is the I think, was it? Did he say Tim Howard? He's at least the district attorney, but maybe the attorney general. I'm not sure, but anyway, he's managing the prosecution of all the defendants. So the judge basically telling him that I'm in my retribution mode. Y'all need to get with the prosecutor and come up with a deal. And now the prosecutor, when he about to have a floodgate of people come talk to him, he's about to tell them, he's about to set terms. Because the judge basically said, y'all talk to him because you don't want to talk to me. So when they go to, it's like, the judge is saying, I'm going to throw the book at you. So try to talk to the prosecutor and ask for some mercy, because I guarantee you're not going to want to see me. And now the prosecutor's trying to set terms. Like, don't come over here, like, setting terms. So he's going to come to the mic, and they about to bump heads immediately. Watch this. I'm sorry I cut myself off, but it's this guy, the prosecutor, for the City of Atlanta Public Schools. It's now that the verdicts are in and they're about to be sentenced, he's going to set terms like, hey, the judge is telling y'all don't throw the book at me. He going to throw the book at y'all. So y'all can come talk to me, but don't come over here demanding stuff because I don't got no demands for you. I have a deal for you because you don't want to see the judge. That's what he coming up to tell everybody.
And first of all, I want to say I fully accept your apology.
Okay. I was
sentencing.
I'll come hug you right now. I feel that bad about what went on. I lost my mind in my office. Okay.
But Judge, I think the reason that happened is there's a lot of tension. And sentencing, as you know, in this court is always tough. So, in fact, you kind of get the impression that really it's you and I who've been sentenced, as opposed to the defendants. Because the thing that is missing is the acceptance of some responsibility. So this is what I want to ask, while we take this out for lunch, we've got a lot of the community leaders that are here in court. And, the question that you asked is a really very practical question. In fact, as you know from reading the accounts of the jurors in this case, what the jurors ask is, I wonder why they didn't just go on and enter a plea and move on. So during the lunch hour, I'm going to go to my office. And the only thing that we have asked from the very beginning is some acceptance of responsibility for what you've been convicted of now. And I'm hoping that when we return, that maybe we can get someone to do that. And I believe that people who accept responsibility, that their sentences ought to be different from people who don't. And what time we return?
I don't know, what about Evelyn? Evelyn's worn out. I know. Hour?
Yeah, let's just make
3 o'clock. Let's be back at 3 o'clock. Okay.
Hold on, Judge. Now, is he going to be talking at us, or are we going to get to really negotiate?
Will you what?
Briefly speak with you before you go to lunch. I want to correct something that's been
Well, come on up and let's do it. I'm ready to go get my refrigerator.
So they all coming up. They want to talk to the judge.
When we arrived this morning, there was no agreement.
Oh, there's no agreement.
No. There's never been an agreement. There was talk about
it's what?
What Mr. Howard had proposed had never been uniformly accepted. We were coming before you to see if we could sit down and talk and iron out what our differences on that might be. But be that as it may, so.
Okay, well, I don't think you want to go the other way. Okay, if that helps you any. If you guys want to have me sentence you, then I'm comfortable with my sentence. I'm giving you some opportunity to mitigate the hot water you're in.
Normally judges don't be this straight up. I don't know.
And to just have this case over so we don't spend $1 million or more on an appeal, have this case pending for 1 or 2 years. But in my opinion, there's not any error in this trial, and whatever Mr. Davis says or whatever, and I'll grant your clients an appeal bond, but they're going to be waiting to turn themselves back in to the prison. So, I think y'all need to take that into consideration and not think you have some great bargaining position on any of this.
Well, we expected you in our discussion to sit down with us, lawyer to lawyer, and be fair.
Well, I've got the fair sentence in my mind, and it involves going to jail. Everybody.
Dear John, if I may, I didn't bring it up to upset the court in any way. I just wanted to make sure you understood that first, we were asked to meet with Mr. Howard.
I think they cut something out. They used to be, they cut something out. And I was much more argumentation. I'm not sure if they...
Howard's office before, and then we were asked to meet at your office. We didn't come to your office to try to work something out. I just want to make sure the record...
Okay, well, I don't know. I didn't know what was going on. I just got to work, and all of a sudden, you know, meet in your office, and so...
We were told to meet in your office, that was not something that we intended to do. We weren't trying to get there to try to influence you or anything like that. So I wanted to make sure that before you left to go enjoy your lunch as well, that you understood that situation, Your Honor.
Well...
And I understand the court's position, and
okay, well...
considering our arguments. Thank you, Your Honor. We'll be back.
Your Honor, can I be heard?
Yes.
And I think that the defense has really shown a great willingness here around this. You asked me this morning.
Okay, suggest is you take the rest of the afternoon to discuss this over and see if you can come to some agreement. I'd prefer for this thing to be ended for everybody, to try to help heal the open wound
different both sides
in this city, in this school system. And so just have it over with, and it's gonna be more than a...
He's begging them to take the deal. Begging them to take the deal.
Wrist slap, from what I understand. But I don't think you want to go my way, from what I understand about it. But either it's my way or you'll negotiate a plea, and you will be sentenced tomorrow, either by plea or my determination.
My question would be, is this going to be an actual negotiation, or is this going to be Mr. Howard telling us something?
I think it's going to be,
they like, bruh. No, hold on, we gotta go redo this body line, cause he like, hold on, little cuz. We ain't gotta talk about nothing. The judge, your other option is getting a book thrown at you. Now you thinking you can negotiate with me? Negotiate with the judge, homie.
Is Mr. Howard going to be telling you?
Look at her face.
I think it's going to be,
the seat hop. Homeboy just confused, like who he talking?
Mr. Howard going to be telling you something, and
Yesterday's tape.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Now,
Yesterday.
We'll be patient, but we aren't convening a big argument.
No.
And, that's the,
if you don't want it, we can...
You don't have to talk to me.
Yeah, I think you need to just tell them what you are willing to recommend, and if they don't want to do it, then I will sentence them.
I have never received a phone call speaking about it. So I'm asking if we're going to have a negotiation, it'd be a negotiation.
Well, okay, I think we ought to just have a sentencing, and I'll sentence. And,
goodness.
Mr. Griggs.
Oh my guys. He like they don't understand what fat, meat, and greasy means at all with the purple color royalty Romans.
Please allow us to speak over your lunch.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I need everybody to exit the courtroom out of this door. That hallway clear, exit the courtroom out of this door.
They doing a good job keeping a straight face. They're being graceful in victory. Fannie Lewis, this brother here, they're all being very gracious in victory, because it is a sad, tragic case with first-time criminals getting hit with that Rico Bean. Back. They just on whether in Georgia, whether in
What?
May myself and Mr. Davis for the defense address you?
Yeah.
Does this need to be on the record?
No.
There are lawyers and parties talking to Mr. Howard over his office, and we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We don't have anything tomorrow.
All right.
10 o'clock.
Now we come to today. Now we come to the setup is very simple. I'll try to keep it very simple. We'll exit out of this one. Now we're at today. Now we're live on April 14th, 2015. Sentencing underway for 10 of the 11 former. In the biggest cheating scandal in U.S. history. I didn't know that. I can believe it though, because this is just absurd behavior to be engaging in. It's almost like fixing a sports game with the Chicago White Sox. If you get caught doing it, you getting the dumb out of there. So what happened yesterday? So what has happened? They've been convicted by a jury of their peers for cheating. The first day of sentencing, the judge basically said, the way I feel about this is I'm out for retribution. I want to inflict a punishment for the behavior that was done. So, and mainly he said he was feeling that way, much like the prosecution, because he didn't see the defendants who are now convicted showing contrition or accountability or responsibility, saying what I did was wrong. I should not have done that. They were not hearing that. Instead, they brought a lot of community members to tell them how great they are, how they was the best teachers, how they, so the judge and prosecution is like, we're not hearing any kind of, accountability or acceptance for the wrong you've been convicted of. So the judge said, because of that, I'm going to throw the book at you. Or you can talk to the prosecutor and take whatever deal he's willing to give you. But if you come to me without taking that deal, I'm gonna throw the book at you. So I hope that should make the decision easy because we at the road right now. So, and what we're going to see in this video is one guy take responsibility and 9 people not. And the 9 people that don't, as first offenders, is getting hit with le book. They cut a lot out of the last one.
Defense attorneys, they did meet with 9 of the 10 defense attorneys.
It's cheating trial. You're watching, so we will resume this signal here momentarily, just as
he did.
That is understanding that we.
So, I think something got cut out of the last one. It was a bigger fight in the last one because the guy with the bald head had to apologize, or maybe had to apologize to the judge, or maybe it's coming up.
I'll let you move the client just regarding it.
Your Honor, we did meet yesterday with the district attorney, and I've had several discussions with both my client and his family. This is a joint decision that we have made considering several factors. Obviously, we looked at first the political climate right now. We looked at the economic situation, understanding obviously that on an appeal it's going to be very expensive and relatively time consuming. We looked at what we call the family considerations. That is that Mr. Bullock has 2 children, both in college. He has a wife.
You need to tell me what he did. He's going to need to tell me what he did. He's going to have to tell me because I heard what he did, and I believe that those people told what he did, and he's going to need to fess up. And if he doesn't, then y'all can just go sit over there, and we'll go on.
Your Honor, may I finish?
I'm just telling you, giving me all these considerations, I'm just telling you, I don't want to be dead.
We have entered into a negotiated deal, Your Honor, and we are going to follow that. I was just trying to explain to you the considerations there. Mr. Bullock is willing to accept the responsibility, and at this point, I'll let him go ahead and first do his apology.
I, Donald Bullock, do hereby sincerely apologize to the students, my fellow staff members, parents, and the Atlanta public school system, as well as the greater metropolitan Atlanta community for my involvement in the 2009 CRC administration.
And remember, this video wanted to make him look silly for doing that. They're like, oh, why would you do that?
Resorted in cheating or other dysfunctional acts. I also apologize to the court and to its officers for the things that happened during the 2009 CRC administration, which I was part, and acknowledge that it has caused a great use of resources and expenditures to resolve these issues. I accept the responsibility. I accept the responsibility that I am convicted of the following crimes by a jury of my peers. 25 false statements in writing and future motion.
The recommendation, and as it relates to Mr. Bullock, is 5 years of probation on RICO, with 6 months of weekends to serve in the county jail, a $5,000 fine to be paid after that 6 months to start being paid, 1,500 hours of community service. Those community service hours are to be done either in the jail to help inmates with GED or other educational needs. Also, our community leaders have been so gracious that they are going to assist us in creating a redemption program that will directly target the children affected, and he will agree to do part of these hours to serve the community that was harmed. That is our recommendation in relationship to Mr. Bullock.
That was acceptable, Your Honor, and we also had asked, because of the fact that he does have a son that will be graduating from college at the end.
No, he'll be able to go see his children graduate.
Right, and we had spoken yesterday evening, and we said that he should not even begin until after that because it is coming so soon, and so he will not begin until May with those weekends.
All right, I accept, well, anyway, I sentenced you to 5 years probation on count 1. 6 months of
the judge
weekends.
has to say it as well. That was the prosecution said it as a recommendation. Now the judge has to say it as an actual sentence for the record.
1,500.
He should be sentenced under the first offender as well for accepting his responsibility.
And there's another.
First offender is apparently some kind of statute where it's very preferable to get sentenced under that. I think maybe your record get automatically expunged, or you get very little, you get a lot of time served or something. But you want to get charged under the first offender in Georgia if you can.
Count, is that a 5-year count?
Yes, he has 3 more counts actually, Your Honor. And we asked that each of those just be 5 years of probation to run concurrent. His 3 other counts are count 24, 46.
So he basically does his whole. You will get in trouble again, but if you do get in trouble while you're under this sentence, they can bring you back here and I can sentence you to 20 years in jail. I don't think that you're going to be in trouble. I hope that you're able to help some people, and
5 months probation, 6 months weekend jail for RICO.
We've had us in this program.
But the leftists want to make it seem like that he did the wrong thing. Instead of just being a martyr, I guess the left wanted that man to be a martyr for their public school costs.
Mr. Bullock.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I misspoke. Count 26 was a false swearing, and I believe I said false statements in writing. I just want to make sure the record is clear.
Good luck.
But if you would mark a blank one of these forms as Court Exhibit 30, we just want it to be part of the record.
Next up, I think that was the only person that took the deal.
Okay, y'all gonna present some evidence?
Yes.
Judge, I'm sorry, on behalf of Dana, I would object to any evidence presented in aggravation. We have not been provided with notice under sentence. I assume how is Agent Howard impacted by this? He's not a victim.
Yeah, well, as the court is aware, Judge, the investigation of this case was particularly unusual and very difficult. And the testimony during trial has been that the agents were stonewalled and
you ain't got to so the prosecutor wanted to make a statement, but the defense objected, and so, you know, because the only people who get to make statements at the sentencing is like a victim impact or something like that. So they was like, we objected. He's like, it's all right. I don't need to talk. I'm good. Shawty.
Levels, which of course will be defendant Michael Pitts, SRT.
Okay.
Different for each individual.
All right.
Here come the big boy charges.
Tell me your recommendation.
If you ain't take responsibility, here come the big boy charges. According to the judge, that's how the judge in court framing it, and the prosecution.
Your Honor, for the SRT levels, which of course will be defendant Michael Pitts, defendant Tamara Cobbin, and defendant Sharon Davis Williams. For Michael Pitts, as you know, he was convicted of 2 counts. The first was the RICO count. The second was the influencing witnesses. The state would recommend 5 years to serve 3 on count 1. On the influencing witnesses, we would ask for 5 years of probation to run concurrent with count 1. On Tamara Cobbin.
Wait, I think the judge gonna give him more. I think that they just asked for 5. So even without trying to get a deal, that's what they recommended. Jeez Louise. Wait, let's see.
And Sharon Davis Williams, we would ask for 5 years.
All right.
For seat counts.
All right.
Now we're gonna hear what the judge gonna do or what? Come on now, yella.
Evan was convicted of count 1, RICO, for we're asking for 5 years to serve 2. Vice President in this case to serve Angela Williamson, a 4th grade teacher at Dobbs Elementary School, for count year 17, count 1, 18 and 1.
So these are the recommendations.
Counts 18 and 19, she be sentenced to 5 years suspended. The statement would ask that we, like you, heard many moving statements yesterday of family members that were affected. We would just like you to consider all the children in Atlanta that were affected for so many years.
All right. Let's see. Bring up Miss Sharon Davis Williams.
This morning, I received a memo from the state, and it's my understanding they're requesting that the court not sentence the defendants under the conspiracy statute the court agreed to do yesterday, but rather the sentence under the RICO statute.
He did agree to do that. But now he mad and he wants his fire and brimstone and he want to give out 20 years.
So I think that before the court enters a sentence, we need to get clear which statute of the sentence under.
Okay, well, I overrule your objection to this. I think the state is correct, and, you know, you're going to have this on appeal. You're a brilliant appellate lawyer, and, you know, one of the... Strike that. Let's go ahead, Ms. Sharon.
I just cited for a couple of cases. I don't think it's in dispute that these defendants could be sentenced under either statute based on the verdict form, since they were convicted of conspiracy to commit a RICO. And under Georgia law, where a defendant could be punished under 2 statutes, a defendant should be punished under the statute which would impose a lesser penalty. And I'll cite to the court Bankston versus the state, 258 Georgia 188, it's a 1988 case. I'll also cite to the court Chandler versus the state, 257 Georgia 775, 1988.
Amazing advocacy, and you can tell it's bothering the judge because he just want to do things what he want to do. But the laws are the laws for a reason.
Where any uncertainty exists as to which penal clause applies,
The rule of lenity.
the accused is entitled to have the lesser of the two penalties administered. So under Georgia law, where it is ambiguous, so there are two competing statutes, the defendants are entitled to be sentenced under the statute which will impose the lesser penalty. And what I would ask, we just received that this morning, I would ask that the court take a look at that and maybe give us an opportunity to argue that more fully before imposing the sentence. Because if this
No, the sentence is gonna happen today. If there's an error, you can take it up.
Well, I'm not suggesting that you don't do it today, Your Honor. The only suggestion I'm making is that we get correct which statute they should be sentenced on. Because if the court will take a look at the verdict form, the court would mind taking a look at this. The verdict form clearly states conspiracy to violate. If I could just hand this up, Your Honor. The verdict form clearly states conspiracy. The RICO statute uses the word conspire, but this statute, this verdict form, and the statute that I'm citing, clearly talks about a conspiracy to commit a felony. So we have two competing statutes. I'll only ask the court to take a look at this before imposing a sentence. That's my only request.
I've looked at it.
Very well.
Go ahead.
Do you need a response to this statement?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just for the record, Your Honor, there's absolutely no confusion on the manufacture by Mr. Davis. The indictment makes no reference to 1648, which is the general conspiracy statute. It refers only to 1614-4C, the RICO conspiracy statute. Georgia law is clear that where a defendant is charged under a specific conspiracy statute that contains its own penalty, 1648 has no application whatsoever, because it is the intent of the General Assembly that the defendant be punished under the specific statute. Where that specific conspiracy statute calls for makes the same punishment available for a substantive and a conspiracy violation, the court has the full range. I think this is just hypothetical, because it would have no application unless Your Honor sentenced to more than 10 years.
Sorry, they're having a legal battle right now that's very technical and is interesting, but we're here for the mayhem. We're here for the mayhem. Sorry, and I'm going on a side tangent about another case that I'm kind of interested in. Matala literally got somebody who wrote the book. But he went to MIT for fun. I would expect nothing less from Professor Ziad. No way I can see the initial order. No freaking way, Brody. Crody. Wait, how far are we getting? No. I gotta call my homie. 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 No, y'all don't understand. Like, all right, let's see. This is what it looks like when a school of lawyers sue each other. When lawyers sue each other. This is so interesting to me. Okay. All right. So we have a complaint filed by Patricia Worthy. Patricia Worthy. And what was the initial order that she got? She got an order the next day. Let's see what order. Wait, I already downloaded that. Let's see what it was. This was the order. Pursuant to this code, I hereby order as follows: the case to be assigned to a judge. So she basically got. To Judge Milton Lee. So this is like a precursor to even a complaint. Okay, interesting. So then we have an appearance by Michelle McGough for Howard and Dean Holly, followed by Howard. Then we have motion to extend time to answer, filed by Howard, for Howard and Holly. Then we have notice the court interest appeared. All right, let's finish this up because I'm getting interested in it. Let's finish this up. Okay, my bad, stream. My bad. This is my brain. If I have one viewer, I'm sorry. Do I have any viewers? No, I don't have any viewers, so it's okay. I can do those kind of things. Let me call my other friend. Yep. Yo, what up? Hey, what up? Hey, don't say nothing crazy. I'm live streaming right now.
And you what?
I'm live streaming right now. Don't say nothing crazy. Listen, I'm broke, nigga. I got to figure out a way to make some money.
Wait, hold on. You live streaming and then you just told me you broke. Which one is it?
Both. What you mean? I'm
Why
sorry.
would you say that on live stream?
Hey, because it's about authenticity, Greg. You know I'm about authenticity. Hey, I went for. He said, "All right, listen. Will you ever understand me, Greg?"
It's never, bro.
Hey, no, but you know I've been doing for like 3 hours of this live stream, right? I don't got no viewers, so this why I could do things like this.
Wait, what are you on? What platform are you on?
YouTube, of course. You know how many N-words I done let slip about pastors that I'm already in trouble there. I'm already canceled this. Anyway, look. But I'm doing the story on the Atlanta teacher school scandal. Oh, you happen to be in Atlanta right now. You know, before the Young Thug trial, that was the longest state of Georgia civil court case or criminal court case.
Yeah, remind me what it was about again.
It was they hit a bunch of teachers, first time offenders with RICO because they were had a scheme of cheating on tests, sometimes literally blacking out answers and filling in the new ones or giving
I remember that. They should have all just got fired. There's no reason to charge them.
That's such a leftist stance. Thank you, Greg. Yo, we gotta get. That's what I was calling you to say. I was calling you to say some nonsensical shit like that.
Wait, why do you think that they need to be charged and go to jail?
Because you know why? Because the judge in this case was a white man who they wanted to paint like he was beside himself. But he like, you know why they should be charged? Because those children got pushed along with no education until they got to high school, felt big and dumb, and now they started behaving violently because education gives people. It's the number one determinant for how successful you are in life with health, wealth, mindset, everything is education. But instead of raising a red flag or like, hey, these children aren't doing well, to keep getting school money or for whatever the heck, they cheated to keep the test scores up and that's who the victim is. So the video I'm doing about it is showing how they all didn't take any responsibility all through sentencing, and the judge started hitting motherfuckers with 10, 25 something years. I think, isn't
that the problem with our justice system? That it's not about the actual facts and circumstances of what happened, but it's about a judge's mood and whether he determines someone is sorry enough.
No, but like I get what you're saying, but still, what we're talking about is a charge that was set by the legislator, 12 juries of their peers that saw the facts without beyond a reasonable doubt and thought they were addicted to it. So the judge, it's not just about his move particularly, but
no, it is. I mean, but that's what it comes down to. Yeah,
true.
It's all nice and stuff.
True.
But
true.
That's coffee house smoke.
Yeah.
What the nitty gritty is that it's based on a judge's mood that day, how he woke up.
No, but all I'm trying to argue is just within some discretion. But what was interesting about it is the one dude who did say, you know what, Judge, I apologize for what I've been convicted of. I'm sorry. He gave him 5 years probation with only 6 months to serve during the weekend. The other people got 20 years. It's wild, bro.
Exactly, and that's nonsense. Putting educators who were already in a shortage in jail for 20 years simply because they weren't sorry enough that they cheated.
No, they didn't take accountability. You know the judicial process and criminal law is about accountability. The judge is saying, like, if you don't think you're wrong, then I'm gonna have to show you wrong.
Do you genuinely believe that people with college degrees and people that most likely have master's degrees don't know that their action was wrong?
But then why don't they just say it, Greg? That's the problem. The problem is you think that
because the point is of them, the whole just begging thing is that is some sort of humiliation, prostration that the judge wants to see in public court so that he can feel better about, or not even just he, but that the entire system can feel better about itself.
Maybe, but also maybe they're trying to judge whether someone's mens rea has been altered enough to not do this. Like again, where is your mindset at? They're trying to assess people's mindsets, ideally, right?
Right, but these people are, like you just said, first-time offenders, correct?
A lot of them were like salt of the earth folk, like went to church every weekend. It's the first time they ever got caught.
Exactly, meaning that they are valued members of the community and clearly
got hit with a RICO.
Do not live a criminal lifestyle.
Got hit with that RICO.
Do not live a criminal lifestyle. They are clearly not hindrances to the community. They are not nuisances to the community.
Yeah. No, I look. But that's the topic of the video. But I got distracted looking at. I'm just gonna read it to you. Do you know how? Yo, the DC cases are very, very accessible. The name of the case is Patricia Verzi versus Reginald Robinson et al. I know. We already know about that. But
wait. Say the name of the case again.
Patricia Worthy v. Reginald L. Robinson et al. Why you start laughing? Why you start laughing? The other defendants include Dean Holly Walker, Howard University, and Ziad Motala.
I didn't even get through reading that whole joint.
All right, so a complaint was filed on June 10th of 2024, and I have nothing but documents coming all the way up to the next hearing date at March 21st. So we're about to dig into this once I end my stream. Oh no.
You funny as shit, bro.
No, I'm just teasing. But yeah, man. Hey, I've been putting it. I am streaming right now. It's all good though. This how we gonna blow up, Greg. It's a creative. Don't you know it's a creative economy, right?
Yeah, I'll see.
All right, type shit. But look, I've been putting out hella job applications. I got to start calling people back for stuff I applied to, man. Cause like it's a lot of. I'm willing to like hyper focus on one legal area and get really cold at it. I just got to figure out like because I really just jagged off my chance in my firm. I really should have just went hard in the area of law they wanted me to go hard in. But
well, it is what it is.
Type shit. How you doing though?
Cool. I'm sitting here applying to so.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm packing right now.
Yeah. All right, my brother. Well, I just want to, but I'll let you know if there's some wild stuff in the Howard lawsuit because I forget what I think it was just about it with people sending emails that they thought people wasn't that they had some kind of. It was a whole bunch of. It was a big nothing burger. It was like all y'all are just lawyers and very litigious in nature.
Yeah, no, the entire thing was petty. I stopped reading after page 10 because I felt like it was petty.
It was beyond petty, like, but and it would be like Matala to accidentally reply all to something they trying to keep low. He just replied all and started a whole lawsuit.
I have my thoughts on Matala. That nigga took off 5 points on my grade.
Let me get you away from the last grade. Let me get you now. You know he upright the Constitution of South Africa. All right, my brother. We got links soon. Yeah.
All right, brother. We'll talk soon.
Hey, but no, like we need to start getting some kind of like routine, like at least an hour or something where I get you on the Zoom and then just keep going till something like catch traction or like. But I'm also big on trying to refine along the way. But I just wanted to like start so I can have started and then just refine and along the way, you know.
All right, say that.
All right, so I'm gonna start just sending you times and links and shit.
All right.
All right, peace.
All right, Brody.
All right.
Draymond opened his big mouth about Jordan.
All right, let's finish up this stream. All right, man. This is a crazy stream. Okay, so how much are you sentencing folks to?
The state's contention is that
if in fact they were sentenced under 16-4-8, that is one of the requests that I would have made on the bond.
And also what's happening is the judge promised something, then took it back and said, no, I'm not going to do it. So it's a whole bunch of, the judge really was acting like a bit of a cowboy. But, yeah.
That she was on prior to being taken in.
At that time, I'm going to need to know whether there is counsel in place for the appeal. Okay, well then, yes.
I appreciate that, John.
I don't care what we discussed yesterday.
Well, then there's an issue because I advised my client what we discussed.
Okay, well then,
and Your Honor,
there is no deal here about anything.
You stated
there was a discussion as to the.
Okay, well, it's that was yesterday and this is today. So let's just move on. Well, maybe you're an advisor because I just told you what's going to happen.
But to the judge's defense, he told them, y'all better take this deal or it's going to get ugly. Now it's getting ugly, even with him going back on something he said he was going to do. And I think even later in this video, he agrees to go. He changed his mind a third time to back again. But, and Buddy about to get roasted again for this shirt combination. He finna get done up. He finna get a two-piece. That's a little bit of foreshadowing. He about to get a two-piece for wearing that shirt.
Well, Your Honor, I'm in a similar position. You stated in open court that you would grant these defendants an appeal bond. You stated that on the bench.
Yeah, I heard him too. He said they can wait until they go to jail, but I give him an appeal bond. Now he's talking about he gonna give him an appeal bond.
I said, please.
It was while you were saying that. You said you were going to give him an appeal bond.
Okay, well, anyway.
I'm going to join that objection.
But he did say it in like a long rolling way. He didn't say by God, by me, I'm gonna give you an appeal bond.
Okay, let's make it a blank.
But Judge, we were chambers yesterday when Mr. Howard discussed this deal.
He about to get in trouble. Listen up, because this is what I thought they cut out yesterday. He about to get in trouble.
That you put Mr. Howard out and you said, because you're the sentencing authority, Judge, there is no plea. I'm trying to make a conviction by a jury. You put Mr. Howard out, and then you told us that you were going to sentence our client.
Watch your tone.
But you would grant first offender, and that you would give us an appeal bond. Then you confirmed that in court on the record, Your Honor. And now that you're upset that we didn't listen to Mr. Howard's plea deal, I think that is inappropriate.
Okay, fine. That's fine. There's probably a lot of people think a lot of things I do is inappropriate.
I am making a motion for you to recuse yourself from sentencing my client since you are not making your decisions based. Apparently, you're going back and forth based upon a motion.
Well, the state would ask that you give these defendants until 11 o'clock with their clients.
You sit down, I'm going to put you in jail. If you yell at me, point at me.
You got in trouble.
Judge, I'll be quiet. I'll listen. I was saying on this West behalf.
You better sit down, because you going to yell at me and put your...
You sit down, I'm going to put you in jail. If you yell at me, point at me.
You yelling at me, Judge. I'll be quiet. I'll whisper.
He switched up real quick. He said, I'll whisper. You better.
I was saying on this we were ready to be sentenced. We came in here.
Oh, hell, bro. Everybody back. Come get me here.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that's the only charge. 20 years to serve 7.
Balance on probation.
Yes.
And the...
2,000 years.
Goodness.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that's the only charge. 20 years to serve 7.
The balance on probation.
Yes.
And the...
2,000 hours of community service.
They probably wouldn't have got the same charges because they was at the top of the pyramid. They wouldn't have got the 5 years probation, 6 months weekend jail as the other brother. But it wouldn't have been this much, man. He begged them folks to take a deal and take responsibility. I tried to research 20 to serve 7. So 20 years probation, and you good time probably serve 3. Okay, so 20 to serve 7. 20 means probation to serve 7. Okay, and then you still get half time for state time and good behavior. So around but 20 years probation is a lot. And
$25,000 fine.
Goodness me.
The court has stated that part of the reason the court was considering jail time now is because the defendants didn't.
They would like to see the appeal bond prior to it being signed.
Okay. All right. Ms. Chapman, you've got one count. I sentenced you to 20 to serve 7 with a balance on probation, 2,000 hours of community service, and a $25,000 fine.
I don't get why they didn't take the deal. I don't get why they didn't. Maybe the prosecution deal wasn't that good, but I don't know. Because I think earlier during the recommendations, when Fannie Lewis was reading all the recommendations, she was saying like 5 years to serve.
False swearing, the state is asking for 5 years. Second was the influencing witnesses. The state would recommend 5 years to serve 3 on count 1 and to run concurrent with count Ms. Williams. We would ask for 5 years to serve 3.
So the state asked for 5 years to serve 3. The judge gave him 20 to serve 7. So even without getting a plea deal, that's what they asked for the recommendation, but they didn't come up there and admit their guilt and apologize, I guess.
Okay, let's make it a blanket objection. You know, I just wanted them to get a taste of it. And apparently that didn't quite move them.
And I've already submitted an order, Your Honor, when I filed my appeal bond motion, so the court will sign that as well. Thank you.
I also just wanted to make sure my argument was clear from the record that on behalf of Ms. Cotton, I was also moving to set aside the verdict, because if the state's intention is that we're not talking about a conviction under the conspiracy statute, we're talking about a conviction of the substantive count of RICO, and that's how the verdict form should have read. The verdict form reads conspiracy to commit RICO. The verdict form does not read RICO. So if their
He might win on, like I say, he's a sharp lawyer. He's a very sharp lawyer.
intention is that the conviction and the sentence is under the RICO statute, and that's the way they should have fashioned the verdict form. And under Georgia law, there's a clear distinction between a conspiracy to commit a crime and committing the crime itself. Under Georgia law, if the crime is committed, then any conspiracy conviction has to be set aside. All right, very well, that's all I can say.
Sounds like you're in great shape. For your opinion.
Your Honor, simply for the record, the state utterly, completely disagrees with that argument. I'm not going to burn more time now dealing with it. If we need to submit a brief, we'll be happy to do so.
They cited
I've heard enough.
Let me just hand you this one case that he cited. He cited Roe versus the state. And this is a topic.
I'm burned out on this issue, and it's in the record. And
if you look at the last page, you're going to see that the Court of Appeals reversed in the case that he cited, which is Roe versus the state.
Your Honor, I'm not speaking on that issue. The state will also ask when Chairman Cochran and first offender be denied.
I didn't say something first.
I just wanted to make sure the record was clear.
Morning, Judge.
Morning.
At the same time, hold you into
What is his remorse?
The judge is that.
What is his remorse that he got convicted?
No, Judge, I don't think it's his remorse that he got convicted. That was always a possibility when any defendant decides to go to trial. The remorse is that all of these situations that transpired comes down to Mr. Pitts, not as to what he did, as to what he knew and when he knew it. That was the situation with Mr. Pitts. I don't think anyone came in before you, and unlike some folks, I sat here through the trial with you every day, except those few days that I may have been absent. And you may be of the opinion, and somebody else may be of the opinion, that Mr. Pitts didn't have adequate representation. That may be the
No, George, you're one of my best friends in the law, and I admire the way you defended Mr. Pitts. You were excellent, and I'm just sorry it's come to this. I'm very sorry.
I am too, but all I want to tell you, and I hope you will be patient and listening at what I want to try to tell you on behalf of Michael Pitts. Mr. Pitts was the first SRT person that Dr. Hall hired when she came to Atlanta in 1999.
Nothing he's saying is going to matter. The judge is going to give what he's going to give.
This is definitely the senior person.
But I
This
guess
came from the other city schools that were bad.
it's still good to say it.
Tennessee. He was assigned to the schools that were not doing very well, and that was his choice.
He was
Better way to do this for Michael Pitts than 20 years of service.
So he takes no responsibility, Mr. Lawson. He was at the epicenter of the cheating. Parks Middle School was the #1 cheating school in the state of Georgia, and he was the director. And Roller, he comes in here. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why he's saying he can't understand what's happened to him, or that he's not taking responsibility because he was in charge of that school.
Judge, I think you're missing the point where I just said.
Well, tell me what the point is.
My point is that Mr. Pitts, a person of character, does take responsibility for what happened under his watch. The only thing Mr. Pitts can't tell you truthfully, and I can't tell you whether those witnesses were lying or not. Mr. Pitts can't stand here and tell you, Judge, although he's convicted, he can't stand here and honestly and look you in your face and say, Judge, I am a convicted racketeer and I accept that verdict. Mr. Pitts accepts responsibility for what when we go back to that civil sentence, what he should have known. Well, I brought you the person who was there supervising parks from the state of Georgia, who saw none of this. But when we put a responsibility on Mr. Pitts, who had 15 other schools, 5,000 students, 700 teachers under his supervision. Judge, I wish you had had the opportunity to have supervised Christopher Waller. And what your analysis is, Judge, if there is a judge in this courthouse, and I don't suggest that there is, who is a corrupt, immoral, and a bad judge, because you sit on the bench with that person, you knew or should have known that that person was wrong. And that's what Mr. Pitts has been charged with, primarily, what he knew and what he didn't know, and what he didn't do. No one has ever told you that Mr. Pitts did that. And that account that he was convicted of.
More adequate analogy would be if there was a chief judge who was responsible for watching all the other judges and something bad happened, then yes, maybe that judge, someone would look at him and say, hey, what are you doing? If you have clearly a bad judge and some stuff is happening, and so like because that's what they're alleging Mr. Pitts did. Like, you were in charge of people and you didn't, and they were doing bad stuff. You can't just say that, like, oh, you're on a bench with someone and they're your colleague.
I asked you for a direct verdict. Here's a young lady who said,
the people should have rose up and said no, but they didn't. And, here we are. Here we are. About happening all got in wounds and victimless children that were harmed in this thing. And that's what gets lost. Everybody starts crying about these educators. And that's what? There were thousands of children that were harmed in this thing. This is not a victimless crime that occurred in this city. And I have sentenced them. This was going on right after, when Beverly Hall got here, Mr. Pitts got here about the same time. From 2001, there was whole-scale cheating going on in the Atlanta public schools, and these kids were passed on and had no chance to begin with because of where they lived, who their parents were, who their just their situation, and the only chance that they had was the school to get an education. And when you can't read, you're passed on and passed on. There are victims that are in the jail that I have sentenced, kids. I don't like sentencing. I don't like sending people to jail, but, sometimes that's what's necessary.
We always say those things that are bad, but we never talk about the good things. When Dr. And I'm not here to defend anybody except my police. What about those kids who were 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th graders?
We're not here about the kids that he didn't harm. We're here about the kids that he told to cheat, or not he told to cheat. I'm not trying to slander the man, but let's listen to what the judge said again.
And these kids were got here online that occurred to children about these, and that's what gets lost. Everybody starts crying about these educators. And that's
but look, you know why it's okay? Let's ask them why it's okay. Let's ask Democracy Now! Why it's okay.
To the 20 education system.
It's called None of the and the prominent federal politics with your son of school for Scalawag Magazine, graduate of the Atlanta Democracy. Basically, we're charged under laws to get the mafia.
The story is how our governor at the time, Sonny Perdue, used the same 2009
question in 2009. And as a first grade teacher, my test scores actually did not count toward the district targets, which were benchmarked out of human intervention. And so the agent told me that in my class specifically, there were high levels of wrong to right erasures. And he asked me, can I explain this? And I say, no, I can't explain this. And then he asked me, well, did any administrators or the principal ever place any pressure on me to cheat on my students' test booklets? And I said no. And then he pulls out a pre-written voluntary statement form, which was basically saying, you don't have any knowledge about cheating, you didn't cheat. And he asked me to sign this form. Now, the thing about this form is that later it's used against many educators.
If you actually did know about cheating or helped cheat.
Whose suckers were really put between a rock and a hard. I didn't have any classrooms asking you to sign.
Actually, the entire investigation, it was touched off, wasn't it, by a series in the Atlanta Constitution that began questioning the percentage of erasures that they were uncovering in their investigation. What impact did that series have on the general Atlanta community? And obviously, it touched off the law enforcement officials.
Right, and there were, at that time, I believe there were about, there were about 5 schools across 5 districts. And so that prompted the governor to do a statewide investigation. And so, and just to even go into as far as like the widespread cheating is concerned, over 40 states in this country have had evidence of cheating allegations.
Ding, 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 ding. What about them? Why us? How come we the only one that got turned up? Why they snitching on us for? Why y'all turning up on us for?
14 of those states, it was considered to be widespread. In Washington, D.C., there were 103 schools that were flagged for suspiciously high erasures or test scores. So this was actually something that was happening across the country. What we can't figure out is why teachers in Atlanta were slapped with felony charges. Some of my co-defendants were facing prison sentences of up to 40 years.
So we just completely gloss over, like, was there actual... So, like, this story originally got tipped off because the Atlanta Journal-Constitution did a story about a high number of erasures, and then immediately goes into... There's 40-plus schools.
And just to even go into as far as, like, the widespread cheating is concerned, over 40 states in this country have had evidence of cheating allegations. 14 of those states, it was considered to be widespread. In Washington, D.C., there were 103 schools that...
What about your state? Why does your state have that issue? Is it because the other states do it too, so you think it's okay? Is that what you're arguing?
Where it was treated to do districts. There were about 5 schools across 5 districts. And so that prompted the governor to do a statewide
I'd like to ask you in terms of the broader picture. Now, this happens.
And so crime, you decrease that level of racial tension. But in our book, we detail it
So
when
let's
it's
see the kind of questions these moderators ask, because this is a softball. And do you think the Democracy Now! Is trying to get the other side of this argument genuinely?
Atlanta has always been known as the city too busy to hate, so it's all about image. And historically, black and white elite have worked together to decrease any racial tension. And so, it begs the question, why were so many black teachers, educators charged? It's almost in a sense of, if you can make a situation look like it's more black on black crime, you decrease that level of racial tension. But in our book, we detail Atlanta's history of displacement and destruction. And so we feel that.
You mean the book that's supposed to be about your scandal, you talked about something other than scandal and why it's not true. Serious allegations were alleged against the people. In that story, I'm not sure, did I already get out of it? I think I did. It was some real people, real teachers, real principals said that they were being pressured to cheat. And their arguments are never that cheating wasn't happening. Their argument is, why are we talking about this? Why do we got to go to jail? The same reasoning that they judged Israel for saying.
The criminalization
as they should be judged
of black teachers was just the next chapter in that legacy.
Shani, talk about what happened to you, how this impacted you. You were pregnant at the time?
I was pregnant during the entire 8-month trial.
Oh, that's what they was talking about.
And it was emotionally and mentally draining. It was also financially draining. We were in court Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5. And
for 8 months, that was not an easy trial. So I'm not trying to brush past feeling like, damn, bro, why y'all really locked me up over some stuff that everybody do? And I really want to do a larger series of selective enforcement, because I think there is some defense by the fact that, hey, I was targeted when this is actually a widespread crime. I think that is a criminal defense, if I'm not mistaken, which I very well may be. But so I'm not trying to be insensitive to the human element, and I think I am coming across a little bit like that, and I don't want to. So I apologize, but I'm not hearing the like the same thing the judge wasn't hearing. Like, imagine your job is to make sure someone understands what they're convicted of. If they're convicted, has what they do, how to make sure this person knows what they did is wrong, and they're constantly telling you, but someone over there did it. Like, imagine if someone killed somebody and they said, like, man, you know how many people get killed every day? But why me? What you mean? I forget what other excuse they use. They use what about their main excuse was everyone does it, and yeah, which is a horrible.
Just to the Chagabono, my attorneys have been working diligently on getting the judge to recuse himself. During the trial, right before the verdict was released, he told the jury, whatever your verdict is, I will defend it until I die. So based on his own words, we already know where he stands on this case.
That was technically, objectively, a neutral statement. He told the jury, whatever your verdict is, not if you find him guilty. He said, whatever your verdict is, I'll defend it till I die. But I guess if but now in order to make that make sense, you gotta look at the fact that he's a white male, and he said that. Don't forget the fact that he's a white male.
He also had a private conversation with the district attorney, and when that came to light, our attorneys asked for a mistrial, but he denied it. There was a situation where he even tried to assist one of the state witnesses with identifying one of my co-defendants. There was a woman who was asked to identify one of my co-defendants, and so she started walking around the courtroom, and the judge called out to her and said, "You're getting cold." And so the woman turned around.
That's not cool. That's not cool. If the judge did that, that's pretty wild, and you better take that up on appeal for a mistrial.
And started walking in the opposite direction. She never recognized my co-defendant and eventually returned to the witness stand. And so it's hard to believe that a judge can be impartial after doing.
So you're telling me that a jury saw that and still convicted the person? Because a lot of people got hit on that false writings, which you should never like write stuff.
So many things like that. And he retired, and they reassigned our case to another judge. But somehow, this same judge, Judge Jerry Baxter, has been allowed to continue to preside over our case.
You know, we began this segment by talking about the Denver strike. And how do you see this story linking into this bigger story of teacher strikes across the country?
I think it's
Yo, Democracy Now! Is like Donald Trump level of not giving of being lack of self-awareness. Not only are they using a story about teachers being a source of bad in the world, such as cheating on tests to move their kids along while they're illiterate and going into the world unprepared, they're going to use that to blend into a strike. And I wonder if they're going to talk about how teachers shouldn't should face more scrutiny. Let's see.
deeply connected. I think that some of the same conditions that are sparking teachers to take to the streets and protest and to the halls of their capital state houses, these issues of privatization, draining resources from the classroom, these are all things that were driving forces of the cheating scandal in the way that the narrative was constructed to demonize public schools in order to further the privatization.
I gotta read that book. Because let's go listen to the factors. I heard economization, which means you want money, like private, like people want results. And if charter schools can give you results, then, because the biggest enemy to public schools is a voucher system. It's like the state saying, you know what, you can go to a private school. You can go to any school you want. Here's the money we're going to give you. We'll give it to you instead of giving it to the school system to do what they like and cut deals with teachers unions. We're going to give it to a for-profit charter school who is interested in getting customers by providing quality education. I'm sure privatization has its issues, but if you want to get your child educated, you don't want to be stuck with the school up the street that has many issues. You want to have options. But somehow liberals has made school choice into something bad. Giving your child, while having all these liberals will be against school choice, but won't have their kids in their local designated public school. They'll have their kid in a private school somewhere. So let's rewind this a little bit and look at the factors about what this case, let's listen to, according to them, the real narrative about this case. Instead of cheating and moving kids along, it's really about what?
Of deeper driving, draining resources, capital, sparking teachers to take to the streets and protest and to the halls of their capital state houses. These issues of
privatization. So making schools private, that's an issue that made school teachers cheat, or they felt pressure to keep up with private schools, so they had to cheat because they weren't good enough to keep up on their own. That I could be wrong. Someone let me know. So that's the first issue that they're trying to excuse the Atlanta school cheating scandal. That's reason number one. Reason number two,
and draining resources from the
draining resources. Same argument, same part of the same issue. Privatization is only an issue because it drains public resources because they want those dollars. They want the same public dollars to educate the same children, just because they think they do a better job of it. So they are draining resources, but maybe rightfully so. She didn't say wrongfully draining resources, even though she probably thinks it's wrongfully. So privatization, draining resources.
Classroom. These are all these issues of privatization, draining resources from the classroom. These are all things that were driving forces of the cheating scandal in the way that the narrative was constructed to demonize public.
That was you guys' narrative. That's what Andrew Young said. He said, oh, this education is about money and this and that. Like, so you have to get the results. No child left behind. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's your narrative. The narrative of the court was these people cheated. It wasn't like, oh man, like this economic stuff is making it so hard. No, they was like, you decided to do this to make a whole conspiracy around trying to cheat to get better grades.
Public schools in order to further the privatization of public schools and or cheating scandal in the way that the narrative was constructed to demonize public schools in order to further the privatization of public.
demonize public schools. Demonize. Let's look at the word demonize, because let's see if you can demonize something with true information. Let's look at what that means. Demonize. Portray as wicked. Portray. What does portray mean? To depict. We know what portray means, but I'm trying to see if it's like you're trying to make something seem bad. Like they're saying that the court case demonized teachers when it's literally them about them committing criminal behavior, a large criminal behavior. But according to the other teacher, it happens in a lot of other places too. So why are you demonizing us? But like she so well intending, looks like a sweet person, like, you know, she looks like the salt of the earth. But imagine if this liberal type is really the issue. Imagine if the all loving, hey, why are you demonizing like, because they help children cheat to pass them along even though they were illiterate. But
school sources of the cheating scandal in the way that the narrative was constructed to demonize public schools in order to further the privatization of public schools.
Demonize. So all of that happened was to demonize public school. Well, maybe they shouldn't have been doing it.
I also think that there's this, you know, in the sort of resurgence of this education justice movement, a focus on black educators in particular with things like the Black Lives Matter at School Week of Action.
Thank you, white women, for coming to save black people. Whatever would we do?
And so folks are really looking at racial injustice in the education system in a way that I think this case is sort of the epitome of.
And the impact on charter schools in Atlanta? Have they grown since this?
Yeah, there's been each year an increase, although the overall number has not gone up a whole lot because there's often new ones that open close, and so that's part of the problem with charters is this sort of fly-by-night situation.
We do have 20 seconds. I know you're both presenting None of the Above at CUNY Grad School here in New York tonight at 6. What message do you have for educators, Shani?
Just to stay strong. And I just want people to know that the APS cheating scandal was a manufactured crisis that scapegoated black educators. And
manufactured crisis, meaning it wasn't real?
Distracted everyone from the, and I just want people to know that the APS cheating scandal was a manufactured crisis that scapegoated black educators and distracted everyone from the real problems that are undermining public education.
We thank you so much for being with us.
So I just want people to know that the APS cheating scandal was a manufactured crisis that scapegoated black educators and distracted everyone from the real problems that are undermining public education.
The real problem undermining public education is we're relying on it to educate all of our children. We don't have solid households that can tell children to go to school and listen. If our children were well behaved when they went to school and parents didn't fight the teachers and stick up for their kids, I think we would have better situations. So that's the stream for today. You know, that he give out a lot of years. He give out a lot of years.
What? There were thousands of children that were harmed in this thing. This is not a victimless crime that occurred.
He's giving out a lot of years. A lot of people are getting 20 years to serve 7.
I don't like sending people to jail, but, you know, sometimes that's what's necessary.
We always do, you know, we always
work in the schools, work hard.
So this is how, this is what one of the people, when they had their chance to speak on their day of sentencing, this is what they had to say. Did he say, I'm sorry? Did he explain exactly why? I think he just said he didn't know, but let's listen to how convincing he is. And to me, it was pretty convincing the first time I heard it.
I think we looked at each other across the aisle many times, and I want to be reflective and I want to explain that there's two sides to a coin.
He already didn't take the plea deal. So whatever he's about to say, he didn't take the plea deal already.
I'm very
just talk about seeing people who did something wrong with children. I saw it simultaneously, and maybe I should have known. But on the second side of the coin, and maybe I should have known, who did something wrong with children. I saw it simultaneously.
He saw it simultaneously. But
and maybe I should have known.
Of course, if you saw it, you definitely should have known.
But on the second side of the coin, when I was in Memphis, equally, and I'll tell you a quick story about when I came to Atlanta. I went to my elementary school. Fourth grade was the grade that it's the same kids were going to jail. They're all the school in Memphis. Dr. Hall asked me to come to Atlanta. I came to Atlanta. My daughter urged me to come to Atlanta. And I went to the first graduation in Atlanta for Carver High School, which was in my school. And I've never seen anything like it. There was actually 23 chairs on the stage. This is the first year, second year Dr. Hall there. 23 chairs were on the stage. And I said to Dr. Hall, did you send me to this area where the kids go into the high school and 23 kids, you couldn't even make the C for Carver like they make the G for grade. And I determined right then that we put high level work into the schools, work hard, work schools just like the Buckhead School in the East. We work very hard. I'm not making excuses. People like Mr. Waller came in 5-6 years later after I got there. I think they looked at the hard work we had done, and I don't know if they thought they could keep up. I would have never thought, I didn't know this man very well.
It sounded like he's talking about somebody underneath him that said that he was feeling pressured to get good grades, and I'm not hearing much about cheating.
A lot of transition happened. We worked very hard to get schools to read.
We all hung out together. You and Mr. Waller.
I have no idea of hanging out with Mr. Waller.
Oh, okay.
At all.
I get what he said. Maybe
Waller came in about 6 months. I think when he walked in the door, I didn't hire him. Of course, he came in. He worked hard. But I didn't have any idea that he was trying to keep his status or he wanted to keep up. I didn't know.
Well, you know, when he shows up, and then all of a sudden, you know, there is this, this total turnaround that is just totally preposterous. I mean, what do you think about that?
I turned my school around, sir. I actually, when you put certain things in, one thing they didn't do, they implemented a lot of good discipline. Students began to take tests. One of the things about those schools I came in, the kids were just Christmas tree the test. They wouldn't even try. Mr. Waller and other front schools came in and they made sure the kids did sit down, did attempt to take the test, did go over it. There was one incident that I did report where his scores in science went up, and I did turn it in. But other than that, it was just like the state manager said, it was a gradual movement.
Well, did you say it was letters that were sent? To you and Beverly Hall and everybody about what was going on?
The last thing I want to explain, when I came from Memphis, we investigated everything as a principal. That was what my job was. I turned in cheaters.
Did you get the letters that were sent to you and Mrs. Hall?
I turned in people who abused children. When I got to Atlanta, they have a system called OIR. Letters, we got a disposition letter. Disposition letters tell the principal, this is what came up. If they wanted the principal removed, this is how they got removed.
So you're just pretty much telling me you had no idea that there was just blatant cheating at that school. Is that what you're telling me?
When I realized cheating
he said he didn't know
in that school is when Mr. Waller got on the stand, Mr. Salters got on the stand. I thought Mr. Salters was one of the greatest principals I know. He sits here, I don't know the situation, he's in a pocket.
So what if those teachers lied on their administrators? Lied on their administrators and say they knew. Oh, they knew. I told them. Is that what's happening? So the teachers cut a deal. So somebody who doesn't even. So he said he a patsy. He a dummy. Well, shouldn't have closed the verdict video. I wanted to hear what he got.
It's cheating. They just didn't know. I mean,
he didn't know.
It just was blind. I think it was done to the point where we can go out, help schools, and now identify people.
He said the first time he knew about the cheating is when the teachers was on the principals was on the stand. That's kind of wild. But if there is against him, if there is cheating going on and you don't know about it until it's a trial going on, maybe that's an issue. Because if they was able to figure out there's cheating going on and you're responsible, how don't you figure out this? I thought he was doing this thing.
We're doing these things wrong with that kind of ignored it. I think, and this would be appropriate, and we did it 2 or 3 years and we ignored it. I think now this would be appropriate setting for neglect, and it would be appropriate setting for people doing some sort of legal act. We did not have time to react to any of that. We never see the test sheets. We never see the test scores. The erasure analysis came in 2009. By that time, we were in the middle of all of this, and we couldn't react. And I mean, that's just.
But you had the test scores when they first came in. You had the test scores, so you probably could have did the analysis then if you wanted to do it.
I left Tennessee. I was a distinguished teacher. I was a distinguished person. Basically, I used and a lap on my front and a lap. Not one in 15, and the entire time I was there. Each in the city that people should not be accountable for doing the work they should do. You ever abuse them, like, thank you. My sentence for the count one is 20 years to serve 7, balanced, probated, 2,000 hours of community service, $25,000 fine. And
all that 20 to serve 7.
5 years to serve to run concurrent on the influencing a witness.
So those was the big 3. The 3 in most in charge all got 20 to serve 7. I'm not sure if he charged Ms. Cotman because she had that.
All right.
And she didn't get found. I don't think Ms. Cotton got found guilty on the RICO.
To grant Dr. Evans first offender treatment, she sentenced her to a period of 5 years probation, intensive probation if the court deems that necessary, house arrest if the court deems that necessary, whatever, but we don't.
This is a really hard case, and I believe that Dr. Evans was told about what was going on in the 4th grade. I believe that, and there are multiple sources that testified about it. But my sentence is 5 years to serve 1, balanced, probated, 1,000 hours of community service, and I'll let her plead under the First Offenders Act. Not plead, but just sentence her.
Treated under the First Offender.
Treated under the First.
We appreciate that. Judge, we've provided
so she's not gonna throw that one down.
Appeal bond. I did not.
Okay, if y'all can just gather those up, I'll sign them before I leave the bench. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a minute break.
I'm okay.
You're okay? All right.
I think this will. I might end it on him. His might be coming. His might be coming.
From A from 100 teacher. From F was an excellent be below grade level. And she person she wants to raise her children. She wants to be there as she's been, as Jimmy told you, for all of their life.
Well, why didn't she think about that 18 months ago? I don't know what trial you listened to, and I have The evidence shows she was a great teacher. She was a good teacher. But the evidence for her case was the most overwhelming in the whole trial, that she cheated. And her best friend said she cheated. They got together and cheated. And these children came in and said that they saw her cheating, yet, here we are, and she didn't need to be taken away from her kids. She didn't need all this. She could have just accepted responsibility, and that would be the end of it. So, I don't know, for you the evidence was overwhelming of her guilt.
And that's when, in this kind of case where you had a judge looking for responsibility, especially for people who did something and could prove they did something, you supposed to have talked to that, and that's the same with who's talking about, is this going to be a negotiation or him telling us? It's going to be him telling you, especially with your client.
Of cheating. And Judge, respectfully, I am the only person that is sat through not one.
Here you go. Two chicken and a biscuit. 2 biscuits and a chicken. What did he say?
Not 2, but 3 trials. So I've heard the evidence 3 times. I've heard it 3 different ways. I heard it 3 different ways from that witness stand. I heard it 3 different ways with a chicken biscuit.
With a chicken biscuit. With a chicken biscuit. With a chicken biscuit.
And I also understand.
You and the chicken biscuit and the
different ways. I heard it 3 different ways from that witness stand. I heard it 3 different ways with a chicken biscuit from that witness stand. And I also understand.
You and the chicken biscuit and the multicolored coat, all that stuff. You didn't do anybody any favors with all that stuff.
You're on.
Bro, imagine being somebody on trial for your life and your attorneys get scolded for talking about what you went. Were you not doing no favors for nobody? I'm looking dead at him like, bro, you know my life on the line.
Okay. I am here for Ms. Williamson to be a protector of that flag that sits behind you, and that's the constitutional right to a fair trial. She had a right to that. That's all we wanted.
She had a fair trial.
You want the judge to say it wasn't a fair trial, my G?
Your Honor, we're asking you in this point, because the purpose of the sentence, and you said it yesterday, was to rehabilitate and to punish. You said sending someone to prison, the only service that would do would be retribution.
And he said that's the mood he was in, so go cop a plea, G.
We've heard from the children that said they don't want their teacher going to prison. We've heard from some of the parents that
with a chicken and a biscuit. Wait, what'd he say?
She had a fair trial.
3 different ways from that witness stand. 3 different ways with a chicken biscuit from that witness stand.
Why you gotta talk about chicken biscuits, bro? Why you gotta talk about chicken? I'm dead. I'm deceased, bro. The judge is like, God, what are you? Judge Baxter, everyone.
And I also understand.
You and the chicken biscuit and the multicolored coat, all that stuff. You didn't do anybody any favors with all that stuff.
You're on.
Okay.
I am here for Ms. Williamson to be a protector of that flag that sits.
Oh my God! Two biscuits and a. Wait, what did he say? Somebody's jacket too?
I'm here. I didn't from that witness stand. I did 3 different ways with a chicken biscuit from that witness stand. And I also understand.
You and the chicken biscuit and the multicolored coat, all that stuff. I didn't do.
And a multicolored coat. I think that was from the day before. Not really. Jesus.
Do anybody any favors with all that stuff?
You're on.
Okay.
I am here for Ms. Williamson to be a protector of that flag that sits behind you. And that's
protect the flag, dude.
Asking you to take
protect it.
Mom had business with pay back health class. Asking her on the council.
What was the recommendation on community service?
The state actually.
I'm gonna follow the state's recommendation. 5 years to serve 2. What was the recommendation on community service?
That means you're hoping to serve 1 less than 1. Nobody wants to go to jail for that amount of time.
As far as any community service, we would ask that she be given community service in the amount of 1,500 hours.
1,500 hours
And then
community
the fine was
service.
$5.
No first offender.
Your Honor, just got one question. How is she going to be able to pay $5,000 if she?
I don't know.
And are you granting her the appeal bond?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm convinced that your client recruited those two retired teachers and cheated on that test. And this is where the whole thing came up. It was so outrageous, the scores on those kids from that school, that they came in, and that's what started the Atlanta newspapers. That's what started this whole thing.
And you didn't cop a plea? You the linchpin to the whole RICO getting set on fire, and you didn't cop a plea?
Totally. And your client was there, and I'm convinced did it, but she...
As I'm sure that you're convinced that all of the defendants did. And I'm sure that you're convinced of that on yesterday, Judge.
So I don't...
But he's getting ready to argue like, you promised us yesterday. You gave me your word. The lawyer gonna hit him with your... I thought, like, if I can't believe the court at his word, what can I believe? And it worked. It was very effective.
I didn't do anything. I mean, I don't want to, you...
The only thing that you did to me, Judge, was that you promised me on yesterday that you would.
I didn't promise you.
You said that you would, and I accepted your word of that. And if I can't accept your word, the court's word of that, whose word can I accept?
Okay, well, I guess I'm just a... What do you call it? What's the word for me? Indian giver?
She said, I'm afraid to say. Amazing comedic timing. I'm afraid to say.
I was probably politically incorrect. But I'll consider it. Thank you.
He's going to end up caving on that. I think that was the first offender.
I didn't promise you as papers that was.
And I relate to my father.
I mean, but that was the time.
Judge, may I ask you one question, please? When you say to me, and I relate to my father, that you will do that, that you will give first offender.
Yeah, it was about the first offender. So he's going to end up giving first offender to everybody. We're just going to make the time and sentence a little easier. I think we're coming close to end of sentence.
In order to get an appropriate sentence, does she have to stand here and say, I apologize to the judge?
Let's do this.
To get an appropriate sentence.
It's not apologize to me. It's apologize to this.
That's what Greg was trying to say. Oh, the judge want him to want his emotions. It's not about the judge. Let him know, Baxter.
It's not apologize to me.
In order to get an appropriate sentence, does she have to stand here and say, I apologize to the judge? In order to get an appropriate sentence.
It's not apologize to me. It's apologize to this whole community and these children. And she didn't cheat every child in this business, but she was a part of it.
I understand, Judge.
She was a part of it. I don't want an apology. I don't want it. I want the community to have the apology. And I want these children that were shortchanged and cheated to have the apology. That's the apology.
Understand that what I'm talking about, Judge, I want to be very clear. What I'm talking about is when you had urged us to have a conversation with the DA's office and they said, well, so take it or leave it and you got to give an apology to the judge as part of any deal that we're going to offer. We didn't think that was appropriate. We thought that was appropriate.
Is that part of it?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, that, no.
How can you say that?
When we were asked to explain that, we said, if you're sincerely apologizing, just apologize to the court for your responsibility in all of this. And that was explained yesterday in detail. If there was some confusion.
They're splitting hairs, bro. Why they acting like it's clearly the judge wants you to take accountability for your role. Why are they acting like that? Like, this is upset. Like, why are you getting this upset, Brody? It's very clear what the judge wants to happen, unless you're just being obtuse. Or unless you're trying to dodge civil litigation for not admitting guilt. I don't understand it.
Confusion, because there was questions and raised about what we were talking about with that phrase.
Your Honor, that is an absolute distortion of what we were told on Sunday and what we were told on yesterday. And I state that in my place as an officer of this court. That is a distortion.
Okay, would it make a difference if they didn't say judge, just apologize to the community?
But that's not the point. What I'm trying to convey to you,
Well, I don't know, it seemed to be the big point of this outrage.
We crafted and presented to the DA's office a joint statement from the defense.
Taking responsibility and apologizing to the community. We drafted a statement, and when they read it, they said, no, that's not going to go. No, that's not going to go.
Ask what will
They
go.
wanted us. They wanted us. They wanted to give us the words that we have.
It's words, my G. Oh my God. Jail time or words?
To say to you. What we have to say, what we crafted with community leaders and with the DA and everyone else wasn't sufficient to them. They wanted the words put in our mouth, what we have to say to the court. And what I'm saying is that is what makes this thing so convoluted. And at the end of the day, Judge, what she's been convicted of, what is an appropriate sentence? And that's where we should be. Now, Ms. Buckman-Webb, if we're talking about acceptance of responsibility, and we wanted to stand before this court and say to the court that I accept and acknowledge that after hearing all of the evidence, a jury of my peers has found me guilty, that I'm remorseful for the turmoil and pain that this case has caused the children, the parents.
You hear the words? Do you hear the words? It's not. There is missing personal. Like, let's go back and listen. I'm a lawyer. I'm listening. I'm a lawyer. Well, maybe, hopefully, I can be a lawyer. And I do like the profession. But let's go back and listen. They're basically saying they will accept the verdicts. Oh, good. So you're not going to live in denial because that's what happened. And then they're saying, I'm sorry that the turmoil this case has solved. There's no personal accountability.
A jury of my peers has found me guilty, that after hearing all of the evidence, that I accept and acknowledge that after hearing all of the evidence, a jury of my peers has found me guilty, that I'm remorseful for the turmoil and pain that this case has caused the children, the parents, and the rest of our community. I also acknowledge that there was evidence to support the jury verdict, that I could have been more vigilant in respecting and following the proper.
Could have been more vigilant. I'm not hearing any accountability, and they wondering why the prosecution didn't accept. Delusion, height of delusion is like really what I'm. Or some people, even if you didn't do it, you've been convicted. And unless you think you got a strong appeal, I don't get it. I don't get it why you don't take the. So, but buddy who took the deal got off with 6 months on the weekend.
Procedure of the testing process, apologize for any failure to act or commissions of unethical acts that tainted the testing process, intend to do our part in following the court's direction in acting to rebuild and restore the educational process and system in the city of Atlanta. Right? That is what we're prepared to stand in front of this court and say. And the reason
not good enough.
That's why I get there, but go ahead.
Well, what I'm
as long as I've been convicted now, I'm going to just say that, I'm really not guilty, but, I accept the verdict and, I apologize. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, let me say something about what we have. Now, I'm going to be measured in what I did. But so we not, and so
the facts.
They are.
You don't take responsibility. You just say, I'm looking out for my hide, and I don't agree with anything that's been charged.
What an officer says, respectfully, is that I believe that they may be evidence sufficient to convict me. I believe it's in my best interest to enter that plea. And that is done every day in this courtroom, other courtrooms, all throughout the state. I would ask you to grant an appeal bond, as you indicated that you would, if it's already presented and sitting on the bench. That's what I asked you on Ms. Buckman-Webb's behalf.
And so the state is clear, as to Ms. Buckman-Webb, the state does have no objection to the first defender. Ms. Buckman-Webb did not recruit anybody as other teachers did. She did not teach children terrible morals, because the evidence was she did it by herself in a room with other educators, but she certainly did not corrupt the minds of children and teach them these terrible ethics.
Okay, well, what was the state's recommendation?
5 years to serve one with a $1,000 fine and 1,000 hours of community service, and we have absolutely no objection to her defendant's lawyer welcome it.
5 years to serve one, balance probated with 1,000 hours of community service, $1,000 fine, and first offender treatment. And but Rhonda, have you written all these sentences already? But, okay. Well, anyway, I think all but the executive directors, you can let them, you can let the sentence be under the First Offender Act.
And the orders we vote for. Thank you, I believe all.
Is there a compelling reason why the court is
Because I think there's differences in the responsibility, and these three ran the schools. How many schools are there? 58?
That's not, it was Mr. Pitt's 14 of his 15 schools.
Judge, I know you made that decision, Judge. I just want to clear up a fact. My client
14 of his 15 schools got found cheating, and let's see what the lawyer said.
did not run schools. My client's boss was Kathy Augustine, who's not here.
Well, she should be here, but, maybe they didn't have the evidence on her. I don't know.
That, Judge. All I'm suggesting to you is, when you make the decision that my client ran schools, my client ran 15 schools under the direction of someone else.
All right.
And I would hope that you would take some consideration of that.
Well,
First Offender is appropriate.
I would just have to share that with I respect the sentence that the court has given. I would just ask the court to consider that they are being distinguished and that each and every one of them are facing a 7-year sentence, which the court has found to be appropriate. I too would ask or renew my request for First Offender to, again, allow.
Okay, I'll consider it. And a word about the uninvited co-conspirators and the hundreds of probably other folks out there that joined in this thing that were unable, the evidence was not, I guess, clear enough or strong enough to bring them in this indictment. But they're out there, and they were involved. This thing was pervasive. It's like the sickest thing that's ever happened to this town. But let's go ahead.
The sickest thing that ever happened to this town. Like this case is chock full of good quotes. It's the dad. What did he say?
Like the sickest thing that's ever happened to this town. But let's go ahead.
The sickest thing that's ever happened in this town.
This thing was pervasive. It's like the sickest thing that's ever happened to this town. But let's go ahead.
And just to finish, they are facing a $25,000 bond. Hopefully they can unemploy and pay that.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a difficult position. I think the court, after 3 years ago, when they accepted her December.
The fact that she wholesale changed all those. If there needs to be substitution of counsel, and if not.
So that's a wrap, man. The Atlanta cheating scandal.
And defined it as.
And,
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with one.
Let's look at what the comments say under Democracy Now! But bankers, mortgage crooks. Hey, how's it going?